We've got PPTQ Sydney coming up here. Everybody's just getting ready. They're putting down their mats. We're getting the pairings. Thanks for tuning in. It's me, Cheese. I'm here to commentate. I'm by myself today because Zach is playing. So we got, I think, 22 people something showing up for a PPTQ. It's going to be standard action. And yeah, I'm just going to get you down to the table, and they're going to be starting soon. Okay, they're just shuffling up. Judge is calling. He's going to let them know when they can begin. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. We got another little Thunder Games tournament here. So on the main match here, we got Frank. And we got Adam Bisignano. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to find out what kind of decks these guys are playing. Okay, we got decks. They're shuffling. Okay, they're drawing. So I think I've got this right. Frank is playing Mardu Green. And we've got some Bant Collected Company on the other side. I may have had that backwards. First couple of hand plays will settle that. So we got 22 players for a 5-round event with a cut to top 8. You can follow the action here. Check us out on Facebook, online at www.thundergamesgift.com, or on our eBay store. Okay, I had it backwards. Den Protector. Sorry, Warden of the First Tree coming down. Got some more creatures coming down here. So, end step cracks. Gets a dual land. Cinderglade. So the life totals are going to be represented here on the life pad. Adam and Frank are pretty on top of it. They got their life totals accurate. So Adam's thinking about his turn 2 plays. He's got certainly some kind of land coming down. He's just leading with a duress. A nice Urza's duress, too. So coming on the other side, there's a Rhino, an Anafenza, Pluto Delta. Okay. Don't even listen to me. I don't even know what these decks are. They're just playing crazy cards. Oh, my apologies. That wasn't an Anafenza. That was Charm. Third land coming down, crashing in. 2/3 Vigilance and a Warden. No pumps. Cracking a fetch land. So we're going to see a Tangle land coming down. Shuffle, 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 fetch lands. Adam doesn't even have the courtesy of cracking his fetch at the same time. Competitive REL. That is an Anafenza the Foremost coming down. Now he's cracking his fetch land. He tapped his opponent's life total instead of his own, correcting. Searching, 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 searching. This land needs its dual land, so you can expect a Tangle land here. Just a little shuffle action. We got an Abzan Charm targeting that Anafenza. Just main phase. I agree with main phase. Just don't let him untap. Don't give him things. He's playing blue, right? So you don't want to see any kind of counter spells coming down on the following turn. Do it while he's tapped out. So right now Frank is looking through his deck. With the Nissa enchantment. Another fetch line coming down. Roast. We've got some Roast Warden in the first tree. A Rhinoceros. missing that roast from your hand when the rhinoceros comes down, but gotta do what you gotta do. So Crackling Doom, that deals with the rhino. Boops for 2. Adam's really low here. He's kind of just been taking the beats. He's been on the back foot all game. He's got no creatures. He's really just been able to throw down removal spells. Not optimal. He's got 5 mana. What do we got here? I think that's a goblin. Yeah, goblin. He's going for the Crackling Doom. So the 4/4 body on Adam's side keeps the 2/3 from swinging in. Frank doesn't have a man land to take advantage of it, so just lands coming down. So I would have expected that if Frank had the Man of War, he would have played it by now. That would just be the end of it, right? So he doesn't have that as an option. Like a removal spell, he would have just windmill slammed it and won the game. Adam's at 2, so that's not a thing that's happening. So Adam gets another turn. Thank you. You're welcome. So Colitis the trader came down. So Adam's starting to get some life gain, and Frank seems to be out of steam here. He's not applying the pressure. Gideon changes things. Making that 2/2 every turn is what we can expect here. Because for now, he just needs chump blockers until he can come up with some more threats. So he's passing back to Adam, who I can expect if he has a removal spell, he will play it. Yeah. So, I mean, if Adam had any, like, Fiery Impulse, little removal spell cards, I would have expected them to be coming down right now. So, in Adam's position, I kind of want to attack with the Menace creature at Gideon, but it's risky. Because a Reflector Mage kills you. Oh, he's got another Goblin. Okay, that changes things. He's going to go for a roast. He's targeting the Sylvan Advocate. Sylvan Advocate goes down. You're certainly attacking with at least the lifelink creature now. So I would swing with the lifelink creature and the Menace creature at Gideon. Because that takes down Gideon. And gains you some life. Gets you into health. A little healthier. Can't even block it. You can just throw a chump on this in Frank's position here, I'm probably just letting it go through. So, yeah, it was not a legal block, but it looks like they've corrected it. The old Goblin War Drums. Turns out Goblin War Drums is good when they start building it into creatures. I really like that they kind of brought that back. So Adam's untapping here. It looks like things have turned around for Frank. It's hard to look back and say, you know, you had him at 2, he was so close to dead, you had him under pressure for so long. Adam's debating turning on his man lands now. If I was Adam, I'm turning on that Shambling Vent. I'm only at 5. And just turn as much stuff sideways every turn as you can. And that's what he goes for. So it's swing, 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 swing. You're doing at least 8 damage here. Oh no, he's keeping 1 back. Playing it safe. But if this hit goes through, even with some blocks, you're looking at a really good life total. Yeah. Frank's in a bad spot. So he's firing off a Dramoka's command here. It looks like, yeah, he's going to kill the Lumbering Falls, or my apologies, the Shambling Vent. +1/+1 counter, boop the Shambling Vent. But, you know, if you're in Frank's position, it's not looking so good. Can't even really think of a draw here that Frank's got that's going to change things. Just going to look over here at what Frank's rolling with. Yeah, I think maybe Siege Rhino. Yep. Dead. So they're going to sideboard here. Adam did not get a zombie because that was a token creature. When a token creature dies, you don't get the trigger. Or he just forgot. Not sure how far back into the round that was. So we're going to sideboard here. Looking at Adam's sideboard, I don't see he's got an Infinite Obliteration, Chandra Flamecrawler. I can see the Chandra coming in. Hallow Moonlight, nope. Virulent Plague, probably not. Actually, he's got Gideon, so I can see that coming in. Utter End, could. Radiant Flames, could. Anafenza, it's just kind of a body here. It's not that good. Transgress the Mind, I could see coming in. And an Omnixilus as well. So those are things, and I mean, looking at his deck, he doesn't have like super dead cards. The Duress isn't the best. So he could make some moves here. Now looking over to Frank's side here. Frank has a Virulent Plague, which Bit of a nombo with Gideon, but it's in there. Surge could come in. I imagine Disdainful Stroke is coming in. Dispel's coming in. Self-Inflicted Wound could come in. We got Colitis, Trader Get could come in. You could play Treasure Cruise and Transgress the Mind in against him. Mostly, as you could see, Frank's deck can really put the pressure on early. Well, Frito, I'm not sure what you're at here. I don't know what you mean by advocates a token. Yeah, I'll read the text. Colitis, Trader of Get says, if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile that card and put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. So Colitis was in play, and Frank didn't have a non-token creature die after it came down, because the creature got roasted by the goblin the turn previous. It only works on non-tokens. So shuffling up, and yeah, looking over at Frank's sideboard. Yeah, I mean, they both have some things here to bring in. We're not going to see any crazy changes to the deck, but yeah, Frank's deck just kind of wants to get that pressure coming down. He was like one more piece of gas away from killing Adam before he turned it around that game. He's probably just going to try to recreate those conditions again. Whereas Adam's probably just going to fine-tune his removal. Fine-tune his removal a little bit. Now he's on the play. I mean, I could even see Anafenza coming in on the play. Just bam, 4/4. It interacts really well with Frank's early creatures. So you're not going to see any crazy sideboarding going on here. Yeah, the Sylvan Advocate got roasted previously. Any case, the token got forgot. The trigger was missed. Either the trigger was missed or the token was there. I can't rewind and check the game tape. So we just got some intermediary game shuffling here. So they're drawing their openers. So I imagine Frank's going first. He's probably taking the play here. It's standard. You'd never take the draw. Just play all the time, all formats. Still looks like Frank's taking a mulligan here. No one can say these guys don't shuffle. Let's go into 6. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Oh no, the secret tech. And offensive falls out of his deck. So, shuffling some more. Adam looked to be counting something. Oh, if he has to mulligan a five card hand, that's really unfortunate. And he's sending it back. He must have had a very unfortunate series of draws. More shuffling. Okay, so Frank's down to 4 here. You just can't mulligan a 4-card hand, can you? Can you really? With the scry? Yeah, he's got to keep it. You're never winning with less 4 cards in your hand. So I can't quite see his hand, but I imagine he's just looking for lands or spells, like when you're at 4 cards. Passes to Adam. Little tap line says go. Fetch line getting cracked. I would have just cracked it. I mean, what are you bluffing on turn 1? Just get your land. Although, there are arguments from Frank's position, depending on what's in his hand. It's sitting on the table, I can't see it. If he is needing lands, I would have not cracked that fetch land. Whereas if he has, I don't know, like 2 lands and a spell or something, I would immediately crack the fetch land. Relative to his hand at so few cards, you just really feel excess land draws or not drawing lands even worse than you would with a 7-land hand. You know, you hit 3 or 4 lands in the first couple turns, it can often really hurt your hand if you have a good mix of land and spells. But at a 4-card hand, if you need those lands, I wouldn't have cracked the fetch. So another fetch coming down. Just cracking a delta into a swamp. So at least his 4-card hand was playable. Looks like he's got some kind of spell coming down. If Sylvan Advocate. You better lawyer up. That's the Sylvan Advocate. So he has land and at least 1 spell he could cast in his 4-card hand. So that's pretty good. That's getting roasted main phase. And Frank even gets some nice dig spells. For a 4-card hand, he's doing pretty well, all things considered. The Oath of Nissa coming down. Yep, he's showing another Oath of Nissa. I'm uncertain what happened there. Oh, he went Oath of Nissa, played another Oath of Nissa. So dig. He's showing a Den Protector off this one. Then Adam's going to do some digging of his own with a Read the Bones. Going to 18, putting one on the bottom. Drawing a couple cards. In there was a Rhino. He has at least a Rhino coming in. He's playing a Morph creature. I wonder if it's a Den Protector. Land coming down, Rhino coming down. Little life total swing. Frank's going to go 14, Adam's going to go 21. So there are arguments of just turning this Den Protector into a fetch land. If he doesn't have the land, he needs to get up to his powerful spells, right? He needs 4 mana, he needs 5 mana. So I wouldn't condemn anyone for making that kind of play. It feels really bad. Den Protector into a fetch land. I think we've all been there. We've all had to do it. Yeah, and that's exactly what Frank's doing. He's just going to crack that fetch line right away. He's just grabbing the other fetch land. Needs the Windswept Heath. I think he needs the blue mana. Not certain if that's an island under the Canopy Vista. Oh, he's getting another Canopy Vista. He must be good. So now that Frank's at a decent amount of mana, cracking all these fetches is probably going to start turning around, being alright for him. Ooh. A Murderous Cut for the Rhino. Very good. Den Protectors, cracks the fetch, does a little Murderous Cut, and a Warden of the First Tree. That's pretty good turnaround. So, Adam's in the tank. Just cracking a Wooded Foothills. Gets a Smoldering Marsh. I anticipate if he has a Goblin, it's coming down right now. Yeah. So Goblin Dark Dweller's coming down, throwing a Roast onto a Warden of the First Tree. Little Snapcaster Mage action. Goblin Dark Dwellers is just a sick card. Rhino. Little life exchange. So yeah, I've just set the life totals to 0 on the counter. We have the iPad or the tablet going right there, so we're just going to go by that. So at least you have a consistent story. So now you're 4-4. The Goblin Dark Dwellers doesn't look so hot anymore. But Adam has a Crackling Doom in his hand. So I wonder if he's going to just fire off the Crackling Doom, or if he's going to try to bait a block. Okay, he's going to swing. He wants Frank to double block. Because if Frank double blocks, he's going to throw the Crackling Doom. Gets the Rhino. And then tramples over the den protector. So that's what Adam wants to have happen. So let's see if Frank is going to allow it or not. In Frank's position, I'm not too worried about it. You can't single block it, so I would just take the 4, swing on the next turn, and let him doom on my attack. Which is what Frank does. I agree with that line. Feels bad, but because you got to expect he's got Crackling Doom by now. You know, he played a Read the Bones. It's really late into the game. He's, hasn't played that many removal spells. Oh, Rhino. There's the problem. So this is it's not looking good for Frank. Frank needs to come up with something. Frank needs to really find something here. He needs a big, impactful spell. So now Frank doesn't have the option of swinging with the Rhino. So yeah, he just needs it or he's dead. So Frank draws. And Offenza hates creature. I'll take it. He'll take it. But yeah, you certainly can't attack. You gotta wait. So it's back to Adam. He's drawing his card. He's looking at his options. Ooh, what's this? Ob Nixilis. Yeah, Ob Nixilis kills the Rhino. Attacks. Dicey bad times right here. I would not feel bad double blocking the Rhino here. I would not feel bad double blocking the Goblin Dark Dwellers. Both are viable options. I mean, one, you lose your Anafenza, you have a bad creature against the Trampler, but at least you don't need to draw a creature every turn. He goes for the Rhino. So with Reflector Mages in your deck, it's pretty awkward. Adam just lays a no mana post and says go. I'm not sure I'm with Frank on that block. I'm at 4. If I don't draw a creature, I lose. Right? So he needs creatures. Fortunately, he got a Gideon, so he has 2 creatures, but now you lose to any removal spell. The Rhino tramples for 2 over the Den Protector, which is what you would have had left if you went to block the Goblin Dark Dwellers instead. The Dark Dwellers would certainly have traded off with the Anafenza. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that block from Frank. Because Adam only had 1 land up. This land right here. So yeah, that's not what I would have done. Yeah, the Menace is too good. Now he has Menace. He's reminding him that he has Menace, so he has to double block. I'm uncertain what happened. Yep, so that's 2-0 for Adam. That's going to be the end of that one. So I'm going to go see if we have enough people in the round to justify putting someone else on the table. That round went 2-0 for Adam. So I will be right back. I'm going to see if I can get someone else here on the table. Okay, guys. So I've been informed by the judge that unless it is extra convenient for time constraints, that we shouldn't be moving people onto the table in between games. Because then if they go to time, you need to do an extension. It's not worth it. There's only 10 minutes left in the round. So we're going to try to get some fun games up on the stream after the tournament game, if we can. If we cannot, then we're just going to be playing some ads and stuff in between rounds. So that's where it's going to be at. So I'm going to turn it back on. We're going to see if we can get a fun game in there. Thanks for tuning in, and we're going to be back in a couple minutes for the next round. In the interim, what I'm going to turn on for you here is we're going to have a little slideshow, some of the things Thunder Game's all about, some of their events, some of their weekly specials and such. That'll be running for you there. It'll be just a minute till we have something else up for you. Okay, guys, we're back. The second round, pairings are up. Everybody's getting seated. So I'm going to get you down there and we're going to fire it up. Some round 2 action. Round 2. It's going to be 0-0. Okay. We've got a Chris on one side playing I have no idea what. And I need to get another player's name. I will be right back. Okay, so we have Chris Nielsen versus Nicholas Cupello. I don't have deck lists yet. As soon as I have them, I'll bring them up. Again, we're going to be using the tablet on the screen to keep track of life totals. And we got some shuffling. Okay, shuffles. We got heaps of tokens on top of his deck. Or is this a deck check? Looks like we might have a deck check here. Deck check, sad face. So I'm going to go confer with the players and try to get a read on what they're playing, if I can. And our friendly neighborhood judge is going to give me deck lists once he is done deck checking, so I'll have a more accurate picture of what we're working with here. But we just got to kill some time. Yep. Ye old deck check. And the deck checks take a while, guys. So we're just waiting it up. Fortunately, we don't have another table we can switch to, so we just gotta wait. So while we're waiting here, so guys, hit us up in chat. I'm very interested to see what standard decks do you like. Who do you think's well positioned to win? Any archetypes, suggestions, sleeper decks? Feel free to hit us up in chat. If you have any questions, let us know. We are here. We like to chat. Also, looking back onto that game, I spoke with the players in between rounds. It was very clearly established that the roast thing, the creature got roasted prior to it being on the board. So they didn't miss a zombie trigger. It was only token creatures that died after the fact. So another thing they do here is we have Team Thunder members. Team Thunder is a team that Thunder Games sponsors. And they got Trevor Curran, Adam Cousins, Jim Stady, Richard S., Max M., Zach K. So here's Jim. He is the captain. I'm just going to keep you on these slides for a little bit. Adam Cousins is a teacher. He is also the judge. He's a level 2 judge for a lot of the events here in town. Okay, guys, we're back. Deck check has been done. I've been provided with deck lists. It looks like on one side of the table, we've got a Band Company deck. And on the other side, we've got an Eldrazi deck. So, I'm just making sure I've got everything right here. So there we go. Those are our decks. And we're ready to go. They're just shuffling extra thoroughly. There you go. Chris is ready. And of course, these players have received a time extension. So I'm just going to go out and say some conjecture here. I think the Eldrazi deck is really good. It's not seeing a lot of play in Thunder Bay. I think this deck is incredibly well positioned. It's efficient, it's redundant, it has ridiculously over-the-top threats, it has a late game plan. I think it's a sweet deck. I think, and there's a lot of iterations. You got the ones with the little dorky creatures, mana dorks, and they got the ones with just a lot more sorceries. I lean towards the one with a lot more sorceries with the wastes and stuff, but they're awesome decks. And they come off as being like really Timmy. You know, you're just like, I'm playing the really big thing, but it's a very good deck. And I think one of them is easily well positioned to win the tournament, because it does so well against these Jundy, Bob Goyf style decks. These just really fair, you know, Mardu Black and such. You know, because those Mardu decks, you know, they've got a couple duresses, they've got some removal spells, they got some fair creatures, no real ramp. These guys are ramping and dropping creatures so big that you only have so many crackling dooms. And on the other side, these Bant decks are good. Reflector Mage is a strong card, turns out. So looking at Chris's deck here, we got 2 Wingmates, Jace, times 4, 2 Stratus Dancers, 4 Cocos, 4 Death Mist, 4 Den Protectors, and Nissa, 4 Sylvan Advocate, 3 Jamokas, 4 Reflector Mage, some lands, and 3 Eldrazi Sky Spawner. Way at the bottom of his list, I think someone forgot. And over on the other side, we've got Ugins, got some Cecil's Hunger, some Kozilek, some vegetables, some Hedron Archives, Leaf Gliders, Rattleclaw Mystics, Nissa's Renewal, World Breakers, Nissa's Pilgrimage, Nissa Vastwood Seer, Shrine, the Sanctum, some Blighted Woodland, and some Forests. Nothing too crazy. He is ramping and playing big fatties. So we get a Dork on one side, and on the second turn of Chris, he's throwing down a Jace, Bryn's Prodigy. Seems weird. Magic over the last couple years has been moving towards 2-mana ramp guys. You know, Sylvan Caryatid, Rattleclaw Mystic, Leaf Glider. A lot of this stuff's all 2-mana. Sorry, Leaf Gilder. My apologies. A Sylvan Advocate coming down on Chris's side. attacking a fetch land. So this is just early phases. Nothing too crazy. Got some J-Straws. We got some early Bant creatures. This Bant deck does an alright job of playing a fair tempo deck. A lot of people call it a tempo deck. I don't think it really fits the archetype of a tempo deck. You're not pressuring their lands, you're not pressuring their spells. You kind of just play fair creature aggro deck. That's all you're really getting. It's been a long time since there's been a real tempo deck in Standard. Maybe like Delver of Secrets. That was a tempo deck. You don't see them come around that often. You know, it had early threats, good counter spells. It was good. So now Chris is going for a J-Straw. He's looking to find some dudes and some collected companies. Jace is a flippin'. So, man, Jace's flip really early these days. Vegetables. Nicholas is throwing down some vegetables. The mana's coming down. Just looking at his deck, it is just straight green. He's not even playing red cards. All you need, pile of forests, some vegetables, and some Eldrazi. Go. It's elegant in its simplicity. I kind of like it. Haven't seen many of them rolling around mono green, but we'll see how it goes. I think the red makes the deck a little more robust. Okay. Chris is firing off a collected company here. And he's going for 2 Eldrazi Sky Spawners. And he's going to be getting some tokens off those guys. You know, just like, look at that pressure. Collected company is a really good card. And now he can even flash it back. How about that? How about them apples? Windswept Heath. Send your guys in. This is just like, I'm attacking you with all my dudes now. Oh no, he wants to collect a company first. That's fine. Can understand. I'm not sure that going pre-combat is really going to get you anything. You know, all he has is Death Mist Raptors, Den Protectors, Nissa's more Sylvan Advocates. I guess Reflector Mage. If you hit a Reflector Mage, it's pretty nice. There's a Reflector Mage. Leaf Gilder down. Battle. That's a big hit. Yeah, the old arch enemy. Leaf Gilder is really old. Just saying it. We got Lorwyn, the Old Elves. Ugin. Surprisingly, this board is quite resilient to Ugin because those Eldrazi are devoid and their tokens are devoid. So I'm certain Chris is going to go in and kill that Ugin this turn. You gotta, right? You can't not. He doesn't have any real ways to produce extra damage on this turn, so another Sylvan Advocate coming down. Better lawyer up. Deep in the tank. 2, 4, 6, 8. Lethal. You're facing down lethal. What do you do? Do you have a big Eldrazi? If so, cast it. I think at this stage you're probably under too much pressure. The Eldrazi deck's not doing well here. Just looking at his deck here. World Breaker's not so good here. Radical Mystic, garbage. Leaf Gilder, garbage. Hedron Archive does nothing. So you're looking at Ulamog, Kozilek, and World Breaker. Now you're just dead. Oh, it's another Collected Company. You're totally dead. A Sylvan Advocate. And another Eldrazi Sky Spawner. He's triggering his Eldrazi Sky Spawner. So yeah, you're just like toast. I don't know why he's not scooping. Does he have a fog hiding in his deck somewhere? Waits, lets him do it. I can respect that. Make your opponent do it. Make him. So just looking at sideboards now. Chris's sideboard has Ration Cleric, probably not. Disdainful Stroke, yes. Dramoka's Command, maybe. Hollow Moonlight, no. Hidden Dragon Slayer, yes. Mastery of the Unseen, it's a little slow, but I wouldn't put it past him. So what I can see for sure coming in is 2 Disdainful Strokes, 2 Hidden Dragon Slayers, and a Stratus Dancer. Those cards are really good in this matchup. Stratus Dancer, you have time to set up the counter spell. Hidden Dragon Slayer kills their Eldrazi. Disdainful Stroke counters their Eldrazi. That's good. Looking at the other side of things now, looking at his deck list, I imagine, what would you cut? It's hard to make cuts from this Bant Company deck. I imagine Sylvan Advocate's pretty high on the cuts. It's not that good. Dramoka's Command, -3. That card's utter crap in this matchup. So, looking at the other side, Feed the Clan gives you some time. Maybe the Waste. He has 1 Waste in his sideboard. Ugin, I'm bringing in Ugin, even though it doesn't seem so good. I can even see the Hedron Crawler coming in. He has some Thought-Knot Seers, where Thought-Knot Seers are pretty good here. So I can see some of those coming in. And he has plenty of redundant spots to mess around with. Actually, he's playing 3 Ugin main deck. Maybe you don't need to bring in the 4th Ugin. It's not necessarily the case where his deck is always going to have such good Collected Companies where he hits the Sky Spawners every time. So, yeah. Yeah, the Band Company deck is pretty straightforward. I don't even think you need full set of Jaces. But, yeah. So it looks like players are sideboarding. But I can certainly see Feed the Clan coming in. You're under pressure. That Bant deck really puts you on your back foot. Resetting life totals. Shuffled and presented. Looks like these games are nice and fast. Despite the deck check, they're flowing pretty quick here. So, looking at your kind of openers that you want to see, the Bant deck, you want some pressure. You want either Jace to draw your collected companies or to just have the collected companies. But yeah, you just kind of want like a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and a Coco. Any 2-drop, any 3-drop, and a Coco. Look on the other side, he probably wants some ramp. A Gilder, a Vegetables, and like an Eldrazi of some kind. You're not looking for too much extra crazy stuff. That's Jetty Offshoot. Also fairly good. Cheap blocker, gains you life. It's an 0-3 landfall, gain a life. Over on Chris's side, he's got a Windswept Heath. He's cracking it. He's getting a Plains. Lumbering Falls and a Plains. He's probably got some kind of creature coming down here. Sylvan Advocate. Gets cut. And it's on Nicholas's turn. Nissa's Renewal. He's gonna do some Kodama's Reach. Forced into play, forced into his hand. Triggers his offshoot. And you pass the turn. He had an early offshoot. It's pretty good. Dramoka's command. Pump fight. So now Chris can start to battle. He's coming in for 3. So he's undone what the offshoot did. But he's still a little behind. Nicholas has a lot of lands. He's got a lot of mana. He draws a card. So Forest coming down. So I can see an Ulamog. Or a new Lamog, perhaps. Yep. So it turns out, if you make 2 Mind Stones into 1 card, it's a good card. That was one of the cards I hopped right on as soon as this came out. I'm like, oh, Hedron Archive. Every EDH deck I have needs a Hedron Archive now. So you got to be somewhat concerned. All you have is a 3/4 with Vigilance, and your opponent has a lot of mana. So that's pretty crazy. Oh, Collected Company coming down. There's a Death Mist Raptor. Oh, a Death Mist Raptor and an Eldrazi Sky Spawner. battle. No surprise. Turn all your men sideways while you still can. 2, 4, 6, 8. So Nicholas is still a couple turns away for being able to jam that Nulamog. And I can't see him blocking with the O3. Maybe on the Eldrazi Scion? No, he wants to preserve his life total. Chris is cracking a fetch. An Eldrazi Scion. Oh, it's a morph creature. Kind of expect that it's a Den Protector. He left up Den Protector mana. Eldrazi's under the gun a bit again. Then Ugin? Ugin's pretty good here. Okay, well, I don't think there's a choice here. So he's minusing the Ugin. Chris has had a nice pile of colorless creatures against this Ugin every time it came down, which has been pretty nice. He's had enough to kill it both times. Another morph creature. Ooh. On the plus side, Ugin exiles, so that Death Mist Raptor isn't coming back. Noodledog. So he's going to crack. Even got a World Breaker. It's a good one. Targets both the morph creatures. Chris is untapping into a collected company. Just so many collected companies. Back to back to back to back to back. Who casts creatures anymore? No one's into that. Eldrazi, Sky Spawner, Stratus Dancer. Chris plays a morph creature. You got some mana getting tapped. I anticipate a World Breaker. Exiles Lumbering Falls. Can he even afford to attack here? If he attacks, he can block 1, which the biggest is like, what, 2 power? And then he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He risks losing to a Megamorph if he attacks. But I don't see how are you getting anywhere if you don't attack? Does the old exile. So a chump block, and now he just has to consider what, if anything, he can attack with. He's got the reach blocker, so... Chris is double checking to make sure he's not going to get milled out by next turn. Sees if he has multiple turns of game left in him. Because he got chump blockers for days, but that mill 20 is... it gets you pretty quick. Okay. Reflector Mage. Good against Eldrazi's. Swings with the Air Force. So he's swinging. Blocks the Stratus Dancer. Takes 5. Lethal on board next turn. Can't recast Lumog. He also can't afford to crack the Hedron Archive and dig, because anything he digs for is going to be too good. Feed the Clan would be really good here if he's got it. It looks like this is going to be another World Breaker. We just got a call. There's 10 minutes left in the round. Nick is hot. Well, end dial. I'm glad you think that. Chris is reading cards. Basically says draw a new hand. Shrine of the Forsaken Gods coming down. he's swinging. Chris just immediately goes to the attack you with all my creatures phase. And that's lethal. So given there's only 10 minutes left in the round, we are going to be taking a short break, and we will return for the next round very shortly. That one went 2-0 Chris, and we'll be back soon. And I forgot to turn the microphone on. So we got Jade versus Zach. Zach's playing Mardu. Jade's playing Jeskai. Nothing too crazy. Zach's rocking 4 Soul Fires. And Jade's just got, burn spells, creatures, some counter spells, some card draw. Nothing too crazy here. So 1 Seeker of the Way down. And then Jade lays another Seeker of the Way. Jade draws for the turn. He's swinging. This is the classic bluff the spell. And Jade is going to be playing some kind of a spell. He's going to Fiery Impulse for the pump and the lifelink. Gain some life. Accurate life total of 22 because he paid 1. Zach's cracking a fetch land. He's got a dual land. Read the bones. He's going to try to find some stuff. One on top, one on the bottom. He's calling a judge because he saw the 3rd card down. So this is typically going to be warning, looking at extra cards. He's probably going to randomize his deck. Although, if he goes to randomize his deck, he should remove the bottommost card because it was scribed to the bottom. Shuffle it. Put the bottom card on the bottom. Put the 2 cards on the top. Although there's arguments for randomizing the 2nd card in the pile of 2 cards there because it was not known information. He scribed it to the top, so he should have randomly changed that card as well. But there's arguments both ways. Then he just lays a land and says go. Warning, looking at extra cards. Seeker of the Way's coming in. Hitting for 2. Zach should be down to 14. A little land for the turn for Jade and grabs a swamp. Now his dual lands are actual dual lands. And this is anybody's game right now because 4 mana, 5 mana, that's where you're starting to get into Mardu's really big plays. Your Rhinos. Oh, this is a murderous cut. Land's getting played. And a goblin. This goblin is going to cast Read the Bones. Zach's got a lot of gas. That Read the Bones should be exiled. I'm just going to go make sure that Read the Bones is... Oh, yeah, there we go. He remembered. So we're good. So Jade's... What's this? He's paying life as a Mantis Rider. Yep, Mantis Rider. really good pressure given the situation. Jade's deck has burn spells. So Zach's been paying a lot of life. And his removal spell suite for a little creature like that, I mean, he has them, but it's not the best. Obnixilis. So you snap off and kill that Mantis Rider here, yeah, which is exactly what he does. So although Jade is under pressure here, he's got cards in hand, he's got things. Jade's got some upside down. Jade's got some checklist cards in his hand, which I'm certain are Jace's. It's the only checklist card in his deck. So he's just firing off a Treasure Cruise. Because Jade's not under pressure. He can take his time. He's still at 17. I think Jade just played an Expedition land. That's what I think that is. I have no idea what that card is. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to check. Jade, ever the pimp card player, that's just Expedition Floated Strand. Just. So Zach's cracking a fetch land here. He's grabbing a forest. I anticipate that he's going to tick up that Obnixilis for a card afterwards. Cracks in for 4 with the Goblin. And a Rhino. So both players have got a lot going on here. Jade's in a tight spot. Jade is conceding. So that's 1-0 for Zach. So to sideboards. These guys are sideboarding very quickly. So starting on Zach's side, he's got Dress. He's got Radiant Flames. Surge of Righteousness. I can see those cards coming in. Dromoka's Command is pretty good, but I can't see the Outpost Siege coming in. Radiant Flames is really good because the flyers are there. He doesn't have many cards that interact with flyers. As far as cards coming out, Sylvan Advocate's not so hot. It's actually pretty good. But I can see maybe the Chandra's coming out. Going over to Jade's side of things. Jade has Negate, which could come in. Burn Away that could come in. Reflector Mage that's probably coming in. Mastery is good. It cracks open these slow, grindy games. Some number of Disdainful Strokes can totally come in. And Soulfire is also pretty good in these slow matchups. On the come out side of things for Jade, Wingmate rocks are really good. He's definitely keeping his Air Force in Mantis Rider Wingmate rock because these Mardu decks aren't actually putting up much of an Air Force. Reflector Mages are good. Could shave back some Jace if you feel like it. But Fiery Impulse, I'm not sure if Jade knows it, but Fiery Impulse is especially good right now because Zach's deck is running 4 Soulfires and 4 Sylvan Advocates, 8 just hard kill targets for that card. It's actually pulling double duty. The Wild Slash is alright. Jade's running 1 of Wild Slash, 1 of Valorous Stance, 1 of Roast. So I imagine, given that those are his little 1-ofs, those are the cards that he's moving in and out of his deck with most frequency. Because sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad. Radiant Flames, I can't see Jade putting it in. He's more the person who needs to be Radiant Flames. Neither of these are really tokeny strategies. But on Zach's side, I could see Radiant Flames against Gideon. If you kill like a Gideon token, a Seeker of the Way, and what is the Lightning Angel, Mantis Rider. That's pretty sweet when you start to have the bigger creatures. So I could see Zach's side of things bringing it in. I wouldn't bring it in if I was Jade. Jade's probably bringing those in. Jeskai's only bringing it in against, token strategies. So carried away in. Players have shuffled up. Interested to see what kind of sideboard plans these guys have brought forward. So Jade's going to be on the play here. Wait, Zach is on the play? That's strange. Zach's just making a note of the cards in Jade's hand. This makes me think, I don't think Jade just burned him out last round. Unless I'm really lost, I'm uncertain why Zach went first. So Jade on turn 2 is bringing down a Jace. Pretty typical. Zach's going. He's playing an Advocate. Sylvan Advocate's coming down. Jade's going to lead things off with a Jace draw. Really thinking about his discard for it, though. Redundant copy of Jace going down. Seems fine. And then you have to question what the rest of his turn is. Plains, okay. Paying a life. This has got to be a Mantis Rider then, right? Yeah. Yeah. Go back to the talk of tempo. I think maybe the Jeskai deck kind of lines itself up to what a tempo deck is like. It's in the right colors. It has burn spells. It has counter spells. It has fast creatures. So Jade's thinking about the block here. And I'm not sure I like that block. Oh yeah, this is the blowout of blocks right here. So he's going to kill the Jace. He's getting the token. He's killing the Lightning Angel. The Mantis Rider. So, yeah. I'm not sure I would even block. I mean, you're winning the race. That's not so bad then. Reflector Mage bounces. But I guess you just block and you say if he has it, he has it, right? So Zach's going here. Rhinoceros. 18 to 16. Oh, another Mantis Rider. I guess first one's fairly disposable if you got a spare. Attacks with the Rhino. I think Jade lets this one through. Goes to 12. Land into Goblin here is really good. If he has a Goblin, that'll be sick. Crackling Doom. Also fairly good. Jade's at 10, loses the Mantis Rider. Little life total discrepancy. Looks like Zach's at 15. Hollowed Fountain, crack. Jade's just doing a shuffle. So if Jade has a roast for that Rhino, that would be really nice here. He's tapping the right amount of mana. It'd be really nice if it was a roast. No, it's just a treasure cruise. Still could be a roast. Another Jace. Fearless in the face of Siege Rhino. Jade's going to 5. No real fear of burn spells from that Mardu deck. Another Rhino. Jade's at 2. 2 life. Really on the back foot. This Jeskai deck is, it's in a bad spot here. It's a lot of threats. You're kind of digging. I'm not sure what he's really trying to find here. I mean, roasts are good. Yeah, he concedes. So from what I understand, I think that was... Yeah, they're unsideboarding. That's too low. He brought in Outpost Siege, Dromoka's commands, and Duresses. And Jade brought in some secret cards. Probably doesn't want to reveal how he likes to sideboard. So that one was pretty quick. I'm going to see if we can get another match going up there. It'll be just a moment. Okay, we caught some other people in between games here. So, this match is 1-1. And they're going into their third game. We've got Adam versus Chris. Okay, that's where it's at. So yeah, they're shuffling up. They're getting ready to go. I do not know who won the last game, so someone's going to be on the play draw. This is an interesting match. It's got a fair early creatures on both sides. Oh, both parties went. Both parties scryed. That was a read the bones I saw for Adam. Looks like he's keeping it on top, which is fine. Just throws it. Just throws it. Yeah, I'm playing a shambling Vant. Practically hit Chris with it. More lands from Band Collected Company. No 2-drop creature. We got a fetch land and a pass. Neither party has early pressure. We're both on mulligans, which is fine, and Collected Company probably just wants to wait for a lot of creatures on the end step. Just a old school. I'm just playing Den Protector, no morph. $19 all. Adam's getting a land. I thought I saw an Anafenza in his hand for a second there. White Border Forest. Ow. The pain. Yeah, there's only one way that I will allow you to play a White Border Forest. And if it also has another land type, that's when it's fine. Just hit me in the face. If he was like crack and get a White Border Bayou, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Maybe Unlimited Forest is okay. Or like, I don't know, Revised Forest or something. Yeah, I'm feeling the pain. Anyway. Read the bones. He wants to find some action. He's not under a huge amount of pressure. Still early in the game. Bottom. Snaps the bottom off faster than you can imagine. Chris is not cracking his fetch lands, which says to me that he wants to draw lands. He's probably sitting on 3 lands. He wants his 4th land for Collected Company. So you gotta assume, on the other side of the table, that it's like gas. Nothing but gas in his hand, if he's not cracking that fetch land. Yeah. And now he has to crack it. He probably must crack that fetch land because he has a 3-drop he wants to play, like a raptor or a morph creature or whatever that he's just throwing down because you need to apply the pressure. But he wanted to increase his chances of drawing a land. So, there's that. Back to Adam's turn. He has a Pikachu playmat because he liked Pikachu, Mr. Colasta. And I don't blame anyone for liking Pikachu. So Adam's really thinking about this turn. There's things that are going through my mind, like my opponent just missed their 4th land drop. What can you do to take advantage of that? I want to apply the most amount of pressure here that I can. Because Collected Company is a powerful card. Also, if I had access to the ability to play like a duress or something, I'm firing it off. I would last turn to read the bones, I would have done it. But now you definitely have a good window for duress. Or just a rhinoceros, like is usually the play. They're just going to play a rhino. Murderous Cuts the morph creature. It was a Death Mist Raptor. You got to feel pretty good when the Death Mist Raptor dies. You know, you got so many other. Oh, that was big. That was a card. Now he's just firing off Collected Company immediately. He's got the Eldrazi and another Den Protector. So an Eldrazi Scion's going to be coming down somewhere in this pile of tokens that Chris has. Then he's booping for 2. Nothing too crazy. But firing off a Collected Company is pretty nice. And Chris is having a real hard time finding these Eldrazi Scions. There it is. There they are. So I'm not sure if any of you guys are old school, but when I found out these new Eldrazi tokens were 1/1s, loved it. None of this 0/1 crap. So, what do we expect here? A Goblin? That's an Anafenza. An Anafenza and a Roast. So we're having Roast Den Protector for dinner, which is exiled thanks to Anafenza. Yield replacement effects are happening. So you got to be somewhat concerned about that Air Force. Seems dumb. It's just like a 2/1 flyer or whatever, but it's real pressure right now. You got the ground. You've got the ground game, you got a 4/4. I also think keeping the 3 back is going to just prevent Adam from attacking. It is better to keep your... Sending in the 4/4 sucks. Keeping the 4/4 back keeps him from attacking with 3. He's at 18, you're at 8. You need to stabilize before you go on the offensive. Which these Mardu, Jundi style decks totally have the ability to do so. You know, you're just one little removal spell away from a removal spell and a Rhino or a Goblin away from swinging the game. Windswept Heath. He's tapping 5 for something. That's a Goblin. Chris is checking what his Goblin options are. It's at very least a Roast. Yeah, Roast. Roast Den Protector for dinner. He's unmorphing it. He's megamorphing it. Returning the Collected Company and bringing the Death Mist Raptor back. Which is just the obvious best line of play. Gets you a Collected Company, keeps your pressure up. See, now Adam's in a position where he has to think about some things. I'm going to start thinking about putting the Menace Creature into the red zone. Chris can't go super attack extension. It's not an overextension to go in. But with another collecting company coming down the pipe, it's probably not good. He's putting that stupid force on the top just to get me. Collected company. Okay, so Chris is firing off a collected company here. This is pre-combat. So he's going to be looking for reflector mages here. He really wants to get some bounce, to get some pressure in. Doesn't get it, but he gets 2 more bodies, and this is starting to get out of hand. If you are on Adam's side of the table, I don't have access to deck lists anymore, but you're going to really want some Radiant Flames. You know, he's probably got Radiant Flames in there. Slags, just a Slag Storm effect right now would be huge. A little Fire Spout. So he's firing off a Jamoka's command. So he's pumping the flyer and doing some trades. So I can't quite see his hand, but I know he has at least a roast. We're really under pressure here. Adam needs to produce something, but like if he had the Radiant Flames, that would have happened by now. Any point in time in this game he had it, he would have fired it off. Looks like he's mathing. He's got something to think about. Probably how not to die. Ooh, a Bloodstained Mire. These aren't even real lands. He's just putting his fetch lands over there. They are over there. They are not real lands. I'm at 5. So in lieu of Radiant Flames, another Goblin is probably alright. He can go roast, Goblin, roast, if he's got it. But you can't go below 4 life right now. Yeah, even Crackling Doom doesn't do it as it stands, because he has option of Death Mist Raptor or the Eldrazi. So he must have some kind of move. If he's going to 3, he knows 3 kills him. So he's pulling up something. We got some cuts. And now we're going to see the plays. He has a Crackling Doom. Crackling Doom kills... I don't think that's a legal target for Crackling Doom. Oh, is Deathmist Raptor a 2/3? Not knowing what I'm talking about is getting me from time to time. Okay. So the Sylvans are huge, which is why he sacked them. But I had to go out and ask. Adam's coming down. So that's 2-0 for Chris. Or sorry, 2-1 for Chris. So with that one, the round is almost over. We're going to have another little break, and we'll be back for the next round shortly. Okay, guys, we're coming into the final round here. Or, sorry, my apologies. Round 4. There's still another round after this one. But we've got a team rivalry going on here. We've got Frank from Team Thunder, and we've got Jade. And they're off to the races. So, couple lands down. Frank's cracking a fetch land. So if you're interested in the team rivalry, please let me know who you're rooting for. It's Team Thunder and Team Coors something. I'm going to get an accurate name on that. I'll be right back. Okay, Team Coors Banquet, official title. So, not a lot of action in the early game here. A lot of lands, a lot of passing, a lot of cracking and fetch lands. Interested to see the life could really matter in these kind of fair decks. Frank's got his lands. He's on the magical turn 3. He's got a lot of things that can come down on turn 3. He's got Anafenza, Reflector Mage is garbage, and an empty board. This is just draw go. These are the most aggressive draw go decks I've ever seen. It's like mana curve 3 or lower. Does nothing but play lands for the first 3 turns of the game. Yeah. Yeah. We got Coach Carl temporarily in the booth.
That's hot. That's hot.
Okay. Frank's drawing. Looking at the potential draw-go match, I think Jade is advantaged if they wanted to play the first to pull the trigger game. Because Frank's deck is like, there's some Dromokas, there's a Murderous Cut, some Stubborn Denials, some things. Whereas over on Jade, we're talking Wild Slash, Valorous Stance, Dispels, Jeskai Charms. He's got the action to just sit around and do nothing. Just a Reflector Mage onto an empty board. Because, you want to start putting some pressure down. I can understand that. Jade's cracking a fetch, shuffling up. Looks like Jade's been missing some land drops here. Jeskai Charm. I'm not sure if he's putting it on top or if he's just burning it. Oh, he's just burning the face. Bam. Just the old end step for you. Untap. Looks like Jade's still wishing he had some lands. He tends to really think out his options first, but he's probably going to lay down, Seeker of the Way here. And he's going to burn out the Reflector Mage. Just clear the board, clear the way. Nice little counterspell there. I think it was a Stubborn Denial. Back to Frank. This could be one of these classic mana flood versus mana screws, where sometimes when you get mana screwed, you have nothing but gas in your hand, and then you start to hit lands, and your card quality is a little higher, right? So sometimes that happens. Mantis Rider, Lightning Angel's little brother. And then Frank is getting burned out. He's done some damage to himself. He's taken a couple hits. And so he's a little low. Silk wraps the Mantis Rider. Jade takes 4. Gideon coming down, so he must be going for the dude, yeah. I'm thinking about that Gideon. I'm wondering, do you want it? You're going for the pressure, right? You're going for the guy every turn. Jade has some things that can really get through and kill that Gideon right away. There's some thought to be had. Yeah, see, he's got Jeskai Charms. He's got an Air Force. Oh no, Jade's just going straight to the face with these Jeskai Charms. Just getting them low enough that, you know, any Mantis Rider and a burn spell can finish it off. Okay. Frank's coming in for 11. And 11 is a lot of damage. If he's got a Siege Rhino, he can finish it off. Does not have Siege Rhino. Jade's a burn spell away from winning this game. Another Jeskai Charm. Okay, so that Jeskai Charm puts Jade ahead 1-0. And they're going to go to sideboarding. So I'm going to start looking at Frank's sideboard here. Frank's got a Virulent Plague. Not very good. Surge of Righteousness. Yeah, kind of. There are Mantis Riders. I don't think it's worth bringing in just for Mantis Rider. Disdainful Stroke could come in. There's some Chandras, there's some Gideons. Dispel, certainly coming in. I'm hard pressed to come off of a triple Jeskai Charm loss without bringing in a Dispel. Transgress the Mind, maybe. He has Colitis Trader Get to come in. I think that's coming in. Treasure Cruise can come in. He also has a Dragonlord Silumgar. Dragonlord Silumgar is pretty good in this kind of a matchup. He could steal some stuff, kill some stuff. It's good. Now for coming out, I could see shaving a couple Anafenzas. Summer Denial is not the absolute best. And the Dromoka Spans kind of get you blown out with a deck like Jade's having as much removal as it does. Looking on Jade's side of things. He's got a Burn Away, which is certainly coming in. Reflector Mage is probably coming in. He's got a Sarkhan. If Jade's going to be on the play, which he won't, I could see Sarkhan coming in on the play. It's really good. On the draw, it's a little lackluster against a Rhino deck. Doesn't kill the Rhino, and the Rhino can usually get to it. Mastery could be alright. It's a little bit of a slow, fair deck, and that can really crack open that matchup. Valorous Stance versus Siege Rhinos is probably coming in. Jade has a lot of options here, and the disdainful strokes as well. Jade could even go Soulfire Grandmaster. Jade's kind of, he has a problem with having too many options. Although he's been playing a lot. I could see the Dispels coming out for sure from Jade. Because it's not that good. Just counters Murderous Cut. But looks like players have finished sideboarding. It's not just all my conjecture. There are other things going on here. Shuffle in. Now last time, Jade allowed his kind of Jund Rhino deck player to go first when he was given the choice. So maybe he has some kind of strategy where he thinks he's better on the draw. So it gives him some options. He has a lot of cheap answers to these spells where he can make sweet tempo plays. Where he can play like a 2-mana card, counter a Rhino, untap, play Riders, or get Riders down before Rhinos. There's reasons. There's reasons for both sides, but Jay's been playing a while. He probably has a read on how he wants to play the matchup. Ward in the first tree. Up to Jade. So Jade's got, it looks like he's got a Fiery Impulse at the ready there in his hands, so that's a thing. That can handle the Warden. Wonder if this is going to be a turn where you pump the Warden. If Frank doesn't have a good drop to come down, looking at it, if he doesn't have like a Sylvan Advocate, I could see him pumping it. Roast. He roasts the Warden. Which kind of, you take a hit and you suck up 2 of their turns, so it kind of feels pretty good. Frank's cracking a fetch. 18 to 17. Anafenza. Okay. Frank crashes in. Jade takes the 4. Jade missing line drops again, but he squeaked it out last time. But right now, it's not looking too good for Jade. Rhino, disdainful stroke. See, that's the kind of effects that letting the opponent go first with the Rhino deck. The Anafenza is chipping in. Anafenza is doing a lot of damage. Okay. Mantis Rider coming down. Murderous Cut immediately. Frank's going to remove a fetch land, and I think that's probably a concession from Jade. He doesn't have a way to win after that. So mostly the sideboard stuff you're going to see here is play versus draw sideboarding. The things I talked about was that Sarkhan. I find Sarkhan to be much better on the play than it is on the draw. So Jade's got moves. He's doing some kind of sideboard. Frank's looking over the sideboard. Hard to see if... hard to imagine any of the cards that were coming in or out there were a big surprise. Any of the sideboard cards I saw looked pretty straightforward. I'm going to lean towards Jade certainly brought in those disdainful strokes against this deck. It's just so many 4 and 5 mana bombs, right? It's just so good against those kinds of cards. When you counter that Rhino for 2, it just feels good. Especially if you got some kind of a clock. But, you know, that's just my thoughts on the issue. If anybody cares to weigh in. Lots of shuffling. Okay, players are shuffled and presented. They're ready to go. Drawing their openers. Okay. Got a tap land into a fetch land. And there we go. We're off to the races. It's like a forest coming down. Oath and Nissa coming down. So Frank's taking a look, doing some digging. Pretty interesting card they made. This Oath of Nissa. It's kind of green. You get this little look for things effect. It's kind of nice that green's getting a little bit of this, at least card quality, happening. Back to Jade. See, I imagine that Jade in the early game here, he wants to see just those early creatures. Seekers of the Way, right? Seekers of the Way and Jace. They go a long way if you have them in the early game. That's a Soulfire Grandmaster. From the sideboard. Self-inflicted wound. Something that Magic moved away from for a while that they've kind of come back to a lot since Theros. They've had a lot of these, the color hosing cards. You know, back in Theros they had Gainsay and was it Dark Banishment, the one black destroy a black creature. They had there's some 2-mana sorcery that exiled a red or whatever colored. They've kind of come back to doing that, which I really like because they slot themselves really nice into sideboards. Pretty straightforward, good sideboard cards without being too narrow. You know, it's like back in the day, you got the slay and execute. It's kind of nice that they see these kinds of cards coming back. But when we're back to the action, Frank has played an Anafenza the Foremost. Jade's just cracking a fetch land. Jeskai Charm. To the face. This is how Jade rolls. One Jeskai Charm at a time, all the way to victory. Imagine this is what Mantis Rider coming down. Ooh, a Reflector Mage to Anafenza. That's really nice too. That puts Frank back quite a bit. Okay. Frank's laying a land. Hitting into the 4-mana times where he's got big things. Rhino coming down here. Gideon. Okay, we got a Gideon. Yep. Jade needs to read that much forgotten second part of that card, which says you can play Planeswalkers paying any color of mana. So Gideon puts Jade under a little bit of pressure. Even if he doesn't swing with it or anything, it's just like the Garruk Relentless make a 2/2 every turn is gonna take over here. Fortunately, he has a 2/3, so Frank's content to just block here. Jade's cracking a fetch. Jade does have Wingmate Rocks in his deck, and this seems like a position where the Wingmate Rock is sick. Frank's writing down the modes that exist on Jeskai Charm, it looks like. That card is really good. Just saying. So we're going to cut here. Yeah, because the attack into the seemingly, I just killed the 2/2 Wingmate Rock, yeah. With the trigger to get his buddy, which is, that's not too good for Frank. Just looking here. Yeah, Frank doesn't really have, like a sweeper that's going to get that. He doesn't have the little Damnation in his deck. He doesn't have anything going on here. Languish, it's called. So those Wingmate Rocks are here to stay. On the plus side, he has Wingmate Rocks of his own, which is a thing he can do. He's got some murderous cuts and such. Gideon battles Jade down to 15. Frank puts down a Sylvan Advocate real close to having the lands necessary for it to be online. So it's a tighter game than we gave it credit for. However, the 2/3s bounce off each other for now. And if I'm in Jade's position, I'm probably going straight for that Gideon, and then there's an Anafenza coming down. So, because you go for that Gideon, Jade can bump up to 12, kill the Gideon, it's off the table, and then you just kind of deal with the ground game. But Jade's deck also has access to those burn spells, so you never know when he's just going to turn it all sideways and point some burn at your face, right? Yeah, you're certainly attacking with the Wingmate Rock. The life goes a long way and putting the pressure. But Jade's thinking about it because you have the option to take down the Gideon. You also have the option to put Frank under a lot of life pressure. Jade elects for the long game and takes down the Gideon. Little tap land and says go. Frank draws first turn. So we're hitting to this stage of the game where both the parties here really want to just get like a nice reload, just a bunch of cards. Which is something that doesn't look like Frank's deck has access to a bunch of card draw. I mean, he's got some recursion with the Den Protectors and some oaths to go find some other cards, but there's these middle stall-y games where Jade's deck has the ability to turn around and just treasure cruise. So that's something that we can expect and look forward to, a big draw of a treasure cruise or a dig through time.
It doesn't look like Jade's playing dig through time today, though. But
the big treasure cruise, Valor's stance on Anafenza, that's pretty huge. Oh no, he went for the Sylvan Advocate. Remembers that his Reflector Mage gets exiled. Another Gideon. That's the worst feeling when you took that turn to swing with the Wingmate Rock into Gideon and you felt like you did the right thing, but then they just had another Gideon laying in wait. Which makes me think if that's the kind of play he's going to make again this turn. I imagine if it was right last turn, it's got to be right this turn. He doesn't have enough pressure to smoke you. You're looking at 4, 7, 9 coming back to 4 from 14. That's pretty good. Gideon. Okay. Jade gains 2 life. Looks like Jade forgot his trigger and hasn't gained his 2 life. Although there could be a discrepancy between his paper and the iPad, but Jade should be at 14 life. Frank's really thinking. Yeah. Let's play another Oath of Nissa. Doing some digging. Trying to find something here. Siege Rhino is something. He looks like he's moving Ward into level 1. Pumping him up. Which is a fair amount of damage. What's that? 8 damage? Or 9 damage coming across? So Jade's really going to think about this, because if he takes it, and then eats that Rhino, or Anafenza has pumped the Warden, now he's leveled it up. Now the Rhino's lethal. So, if you're in Frank's position, yeah, he doesn't even go to play the Rhino. He says, I can take you down next turn. Jade should be at 4. Maybe they are playing that Jade is at 4. Because if he's at 4, he wouldn't think about the Rhino too much. Because it's not lethal. From the life totals we're looking at, it looks like it's lethal. Seeker of the Way. Jade attacks, remembers his triggers. They've just readjusted. Oh, they haven't readjusted. Jade just forgot to gain life for a turn, and that's how it stood. So there was a mistrigger. So Frank's swinging in with the team. So this is one of these times where if Jade has some kind of a removal spell or a burn spell or something, it's going to go a long way for this game. Because, yeah, he just does the block to make him think. Okay, so that ends up being 2-1 for Frank. We're going to go out there and see if we can get someone else on the table. It was a nice match. So we'll be back with you shortly. Hey guys, we're back. We are on round 5, winning in. This is big times. So, we've got Quinn on one side playing I have no idea what. And we've got Frank playing some kind of Bant good stuff. So that's where we're at until I have some deck lists. So it's winning in time. I've done my best to calculate who's a good winning in here, and I'm fairly confident this one is there. Okay, it's 0-0. Round 5. Hands, mulligans. We're ready to go here. So on the plus side, once we get to the cut, it is likely that someone else is going to join me here in the booth. So you're not going to have just me talking. Thanks to all of you for tuning in and sticking with us for the whole time. Okay. Queen is on the play. Windswept Heath passes the turn. Windswept Heath. Grabs Canopy Vista. I'm just going to move their life counter down a little bit. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. So now we can just see some life totals here. We've got an advocate coming down from Quinn. Other side, Frank has cracked a fetch. He's just grabbed a little blue-white fetch land. Little cut action. Frank draws. Blue Delta passes the turn. It's on to Quinn. Send it in for 2. And another one. 2-2-3 Vigilance is coming down. So Quinn has the early pressure on his side. Frank's just shuffling. Little cut. So Frank's getting into turn 3. A lot of the beef of his deck is starting to come out now. Cracks another fetch land. Because nothing like 4 or 5 minutes of shuffling at the beginning of a round. Frank has a Sylvan Advocate of his own. Another one. Maelstrom Pulse is huge right now. If only that was a viable top deck for either of these players, it would be bananas. Quinn's just debating which land he wants to go get. He's going for the Cinderglade. That looks like a roast. And he's probably coming in for 6. Yet another Sylvan Advocate. Crackling Doom kills the Sylvan Advocate. Attack with Sylvan Advocates. Murderous Cut, a Sylvan Advocate. So that you can Sylvan Advocate while you Sylvan Advocate. Anecdotally, that was actually a pretty sweet Murderous Cut because now he has like a 2-turn clock. He doesn't die immediately on the following turn, so it was pretty big. What? That doesn't make sense. That card's not Sylvan Advocate. Frank just wanted some room on his side of the board and tried to push those away from him, and Quinn's having none of it. Okay, so that's a quick game 1 for Quinn. So we're going to go to sideboard. So I'm still uncertain what Quinn's deck is other than Sylvan Advocates. And Quinn is looking to his notes. He must have made sideboard notes before the tournament, which he wrote himself. So Quinn's deck is now called nothing but Advocates. Quinn rapidly determines what he's sideboarding in. He had a plan. So some sideboarding is happening. So this sideboarding process is taking a while. Although these players are under the gun because they don't really know if they're going to make it or not, right? This is the win and in. And players are shuffling their decks still. Okay, players are drawing their openers. Okay. Land, go, land, go. Land, go. Crack, crack. Witness. Let the audience be aware that this player actually used an appropriate tournament shortcut, and cracked both his fetches at the same time. And nothing bad happened. This is allowed. It is a thing. Keep it in mind. So, pass it back. We get some cuts. Frank's drawn for his turn. Cracks another fetch. Okay. Okay, we got a Tangle land. So what's Frank got for us here? Anafenza. So it's going to go back to Quinn. Quinn's going to untap. He's got lands and stuff. Winslow Heath cracks. Frank cuts the deck, and Crackling Doom. Quick creature, quick removal spell. So it's back to Frank. Crack and fetch. Rhino. Another fetch land. Coming down for Quinn. Painful Truths for the full 3. Now I don't even have access to Quinn's deck list right now, but that makes me think that the Goblin isn't there. Because I think that Read the Bones is better than Painful Truth. You can get just as deep, you can get even deeper into your deck. And it does let you kind of do the flashback thing with the goblins. So that's my opinion on it, but there are arguments both ways. But Ob Nixilis killing the Rhino. Okay. So we hit this point in the middle here. There's this Ob Nixilis. None of your creatures are safe. Anafenza coming down. Looking at Quinn's hand, I think he has a Chandra in there, which is really good. It also looks like he has 2 rhinos. Says go. It's on Frank's turn. He's got an Anafenza, which is bricked by the Rhino, and is probably going to die on the following turn, either to a removal spell or the onboard Ob Nixilis, unless Frank can come up with some kind of action here. Self-inflicted wound for the Rhino, which is nice, and they're coming in. He's probably coming in with Anafenza. Warden. just going to make sure that Rhino gets exiled. Delve cards and such, just making sure the Rhino gets exiled. So Warden's down, FN's is down. Chandra's just nuking the board. Minus 4. So, there you go. Another Rhino. So, on the first game we had nothing but advocates, and the second game we got nothing but Rhinos. Roast Rhino. This is in a game where Quinn has a lot more lands in play and some man lands, which is probably going to play a factor in this game. He's got some low life total and he can swing in with Shambling Vents. That's something we could probably see in the next couple of turns. Wingmate Rock. The vanilla, no attack Wingmate Rock. I don't expect that he's going to just sacrifice his lands for a couple of damage and a couple of life here, but he might. Oh, another end. Okay, that makes sense. Coming in for 6. Putting Frank to 11, gaining a couple of life for himself. Frank just goes Drago. It's like Frank's bricking pretty hard here. Or he's sandbagging some kind of move. He's just gonna full cast a Murderous Cut onto the Rhino. Looks like Quinn's got more action though. Another Painful Truths. Yeah, just being 6 cards deeper into your deck than your opponent is just played a huge role. Quinn's had nothing but action, nothing but answers the whole time. So Frank goes Drago. Quinn draws. Even if the plan is just play Shambling Vents and attack, you know, use your Shambling Vents that you already have. You don't need to expose any more than you have. Yep, Chandra on an empty board. It's going to make a couple of Spark Elementals. It's not looking good for Frank. And that's the game. Quick 2-0 win for Quinn. So that most likely puts Quinn into the top 8. That was a tight match. Quinn brought it out real quick, and we're going to leave you some more slideshows. We'll be back after the cut. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back very shortly. We're going to get into the elimination rounds of the tournament. Thanks for tuning in. Hey guys.
Okay, so we should slide over.
So
That's good.
we just finished round 5. We've got a top 8 coming up. So it's gonna be single elimination, best 2 or 3. We got. Oh, I guess we got another
Standard.
commentator here. It is standard. Yeah. It's standard.
Well, at least it's not modern. I think I would rather play standard than modern right now.
How do you spell it? HAMPSHIRE.
Correct.
Nailed it. Okay. Now we got Ryan Hampshire in the booth. Ham and cheese. And
Did we ever team in
did
an
we?
event? I don't think
We
so.
have. Didn't we play a two-headed giant? No, you went with Mac and I went with Brad.
Oh yeah.
I went with Brad.
I know that you were Mac's partner once. And you were mac and cheese.
Yeah.
And I laughed
Although
super
ages back,
Yeah.
Gerald used to have once every month he would have a two-headed giant tournament. And there was this guy Sean. You remember Sean?
Yeah.
6 Fingers.
Yeah.
We were a team called Team Fat Couch. We were undefeated. Okay, undefeated. We never lost.
Are these up deck lists?
Do we have deck lists? Those are some deck lists from the rounds.
Oh, that's not right.
And yeah. So I'm just gonna switch over. Yeah, we're still waiting. They've got top 8 coming down the pipe. So what do you think? What do you think about standard right now?
The mana base is a lot better than it should be.
Yeah.
It's like really not okay. It's not quite as good as Lorwyn, but it's like it's pretty good.
It's pretty strange for such a good mana base that there's no like 5 color control.
Well, there was that Bring to Light deck, right?
Yeah.
But like it's
no
just it was so
good
slow.
5-color
Yeah,
control
but
deck.
it was so slow, and then a Tarkarad came into the format way better or way more common or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it just can't keep up with that.
But even nowadays it's slowed down. No one's doing it.
Yeah.
So
Well, like there's a GP this weekend.
there's a GP. Someone will show up.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's just gonna be like 10,000 people or 2,000 people at some GP. So one Bring to Light
I would
deck.
assume
If
at
enough
least
Bring to
one
Light
person plays
decks,
a Bring to Light
flip
deck.
a coin. A couple of them are
Yeah.
gonna go 3-0. But yeah,
I would assume that at least one person like wins a game, but I wouldn't say day 2s. That's pretty risky.
day 2s. Yeah. And yeah, still no one even close to ready to go. But yeah. I showed up to a modern tournament for some commentary, and modern is really strange now. It's just Eldrazi's and
Eldrazi decks,
robots.
yeah.
Eldrazi's and robots.
Because robots beats Eldrazi's sometimes, like on the play, maybe.
Well, Blood Moon exists.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why there's not more Blood Moon decks running around. If you land a Blood Moon against an Eldrazi deck, what do they do? Do they just wait till they? A lot of times they can't even make wastes colored mana anymore.
Yeah.
They just.
Well, and the other thing is they might play wastes in their deck, but that's just like because of Ghost Quarter and Path, right? It's not
Yeah.
because they have a way to fetch it.
Yeah, it's not like there's the, waste swept heath or something. There's nothing you can go get it.
To be a strong
So-
card,
Yeah, go get any wastes land.
you can tutor Wasteland.
Yeah. Did you see the art
Just- yeah.
on the new Wasteland
Yeah.
where it's the city of brass crumbling into nothing?
Yeah.
Very time appropriate. That is what you were talking about.
Mac was a pretty big fan of it. I think he wants some.
The art.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, it's cheap Wastelands, right?
Yeah, well,
Cheap. What's
We already
80
own a
bucks
set,
a pop or something? Cheap Wastelands.
it's cheaper than 120 or whatever it was for a while.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And the Delver decks or the common decks. Whose deck? Oh, it's Frank's.
Yep. So modern's pretty crazy, and yeah, I think Blue Moon will make a resurgence
Quinn was playing it, and I don't think he lost any games to an Eldrazi deck.
because you're just stone cold nuts. Do you know what's
Yeah.
amazing about against an Eldrazi deck? They're like, tap out for something that costs 5 mana, remand.
Well, or that's like they play that 2 mana 2/1 Mimic, whatever Eldrazi Mimic
Yeah,
on turn
whatever.
1 off
Bolt.
of like a temple, and then you bolt it, and then they play another spell and you remand it, and then you play Blood Moon,
Yeah,
and they just can't play the game anymore.
They sometimes they can't. There's a lot of the Eldrazi's they can't even cast anymore.
Yeah.
And even if they can still cast them, they are passing them like for turn 5, turn 6.
Yeah.
You're just playing 6 mana dirtily cards that do nothing if your lands don't cheat.
Yeah, it's like a standard deck.
Like a standard deck.
Yeah.
And
"Oh,
like,
these
never
ones
have I
apparently."
disappeared. Like, I wasn't paying too much attention to Magic. And if you came out to me and told me one Magic set changed the entire landscape of Modern, I would say no way.
Yeah,
It's not a thing.
I agree.
It's not a thing
They
that's
printed
gonna
some
happen.
really strong cards.
Yeah.
Well, like they printed cards that there were already enablers for, but there wasn't already a base for, right? Because
Yeah.
there was already Eye and there was already Temple.
Yeah. And there's that new one, right? So,
Yeah.
was it like Temple to False Gods or whatever?
Sort of.
You have to have
It's
X.
like 7 lands, I think.
We have 7 lands.
It's so bad.
Yeah, don't even play that garbage. Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah.
And yeah. So it was just something that they made cards that there was support for, which on one side, that's pretty cool. It's good to know that they can make these changes to Modern, because there's so many standard sets that just have no impact on Modern whatsoever.
Yeah.
You just look at it and you're like, hey, maybe this card is in a sideboard or something. But
Well, like, yeah, it was like the new hate cards, right? Like Rending Volley and Surge of Righteousness, and I don't know what the other ones are. Self-inflicted wound.
yeah, I was talking earlier that I like that they've kind of made a resurgence making these cards. It kind of started back in Theros with like Gainsay.
Yeah.
Uh,
The self-hate reprint.
yeah,
Glare of Heresy, Peak Eruption.
Glare of Heresy, Peak
Dark
Eruption.
Betrayal. I don't know what the last one is we're missing. The green one. I know what it does. It's like
Prey
target
Pawn.
green creature. Yeah, Prey Pawn.
Prey Pawn.
It's not Prey Pawn.
What?
Prey Pawn's the one that just says target creature you control fights. Target creature you don't control. That's from Innistrad.
Um,
But it's the same card except it gives your guy +2/+2.
Oh,
It
yeah,
has to
yeah,
be
yeah.
2 green creatures.
2 green. No, is it 2 green creatures?
Yeah, yours has to be green and theirs.
And you just get +2/+2 fight. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I played it. I killed like my Pelucranos kills your
Yeah.
Pelucranos. I've done that.
Yeah.
I played a lot of block constructed Theros.
Really?
Yeah, because I started to play Moto and I was like, standard's
Oh, yeah,
too
yeah, I
much.
remember
So
that. Your Sphinx deck, the
Theros,
one that discards and gives itself Shroud or whatever, scries when it
Beard
attacks.
Sphinx.
That's
Yeah,
the one,
Prognostic
That's
Sphinx.
the one. Yeah.
Prognostic Sphinx was a house in
It
Theros
was a
block
good
constructed.
card,
It's a good card.
and like especially with Corsair. Yeah.
Who do you guys want on stream?
Top seed.
Okay. You get Zach and Jade.
Okay.
Do we get
Yeah.
deck lists?
What?
Do we get deck lists?
Ask AC.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, we're gonna get some deck lists here. People are sitting down.
Yeah, ham and cheese.
Hey, Cheese. Want a co-commentator?
Ryan's already in here. Ham,
Okay.
ham and cheese going on.
Ham and cheese.
Yeah. But if you want to come in too, that's all good.
No, I beat 2 people. I would have tied with Adric, but I conceded to him.
Who was the other table? We had Zach on one and
Jade.
Zach versus Jade.
Yeah.
And he. So we got hashtag Jade.
Have you seen either of these guys on stream? I'm assuming you have.
I've seen both of them. Yeah.
So, Jade's on Jeskai Black and...
No, it's not Jeskai Black. It's just Jeskai.
Oh, he's not playing black cards?
He's got no black cards in his deck.
Oh, he's the tempo version. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's
I would-
got Reflector Mage. That's pretty good.
Reflector Mage is good, yeah. So looking at this matchup. Okay. So, on this side, we've got Jund. You know, it's just a Jund deck. It's got Rhinos, it's got some Soulfires, it's got the Goblin Dark Dwellers, which is
Card's really
insane.
strong.
Colitis,
All-star for me.
Trader of Get, which is also an insane
Yeah.
card. Sylvan Advocate, and then we got some removal spells. Roast, Murderous Cut, Colgan's Command, Abzan Charms, Crackling Dooms, Fiery Impulses. He's got some Read the Bones. The Charms double his card draw. He's got some lands, and then he's got some spicy one-ofs. 1 Chandra and 1 Obnixilas.
That seems okay. Yeah.
It's a deck.
Just a mid-range deck.
Just a mid-range deck. I was talking to him about his deck before the tournament, and I didn't think 4 Soulfire Grandmasters was worth it.
Well, it's like... He plays Fiery Impulse, right? Yeah.
He plays Fire Impulse.
You need them for his burn spells because he wants to get as much value off of them as he can. Otherwise, Impulse is just a bad shock, right?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't think it's worth 4.
I only played 2 today.
Yeah,
But,
it's a card that you want to see one of, and that's it.
I probably would play 4 Kalidas in this deck. No, he's overloaded
no.
on 4s already.
Yeah, he's got 4 rhinos and
Maybe
so
just a
6.
fourth Dark Dweller. Fifth Dark Dweller. Yes.
A 4th Dark Dweller would be sweet. Even just like some more low end. I recommended something like some Duresses or Transgress
Well, he
the
could
Mind.
play another Planeswalker too. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he doesn't have any hand disruption.
He has no hand disruption, and the
I would
sideboard
cut-
only brings him 2 Duress.
Yeah, I would cut 2 Soulfires for 2 main deck Duress. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 2
that seems
Duress.
good.
Even Transgress the Mind, because your matchup against Eldrazi must be just miserable.
Yeah, well, it's any deck that can go bigger than this deck is just not a good matchup for him, right?
Yeah, so why not? And it's not like Transgress the Mind is ever like dead. It's
Yeah.
always something.
Well, and like
Hey,
at least even if it misses, you get to see what's in their hand, right?
you get information, right? And I'm a guy who just whenever there's a Thoughtseize card, I'm all over it.
Same.
So, and then we got this other deck. What do we got going on here?
Well,
Um,
Jade's playing just Jessica apparently.
Just
No-
America.
No black cards. So he's got a Miser Roast, a Wild Slash, and a Valorous Stance, and then he's got 2 Dispel as his only counter spells in his main deck, and then he's got his 3 Fiery Impulse, and then only 3 Treasure Cruise, 4 Jeskai Charm though
Yeah, I watched a game where he played 4 Jeskai Charms. That's how he won.
in the same game.
In the same game, one game.
There, that seems strong. He's
Yeah.
also got 4 Planeswalkers, 2 Gideons, and 2 Chandras. By the way, Chandra is really strong.
Chandra is
She
ridiculous.
is reminiscent of Elspeth from the last standard, I guess, not the last set.
She
but-
just ends the game.
Yeah.
You play on an empty board, it's insane.
Yeah.
You can play it and destroy the board.
Yeah,
And you
She
could
does-
randomly draw
she
cards.
does everything you want. Like, and the other thing about this is he plays Treasure Cruise, right?
Yeah.
You can use your 0, discard your hand away if it's just cards you don't want right then.
Yeah.
And then if
lands,
you draw
access
Treasure
lands.
Cruise, you can just draw more
Yeah,
cards,
exactly.
right? Like, it fuels it. I'm surprised he's not playing black, to be honest. He's
Yeah,
been playing Jeskai Black for as long as it was in standard.
Yeah, and then he's got some 4 Jace, 4 Seeker of the Way, 4 Mantis Rider, 2 Reflector Mage, and 2 Wingmate Rock.
Yeah.
And then some lands. Nothing too crazy going on in the
Yeah,
lands.
he's just got his 2
His
Wandering
2 move for
Fumaroles,
rolls.
and that's it
Yeah.
for his special lands.
Yeah, and there is some advantage to only playing 3 colors. Playing 3 colors, it's fine. There's
It's debatable.
there's slightly more consistency.
If it was a shard instead of a wedge, I think it would be better as 3 colors. Because like then he'd have 8 fetch lands, right?
Yeah.
All
Now you can
covered.
see that he has circumvented that a little
Yeah,
bit with the
he's got
one
the
sunken
one-ofs,
hollows,
right?
the
He's
one
got
of
one hollow.
the one so
Smoldering
that his
March.
duels can always fetch.
Yeah. And then he's got 1 Bloodstained Mire, 4 Flooded Strand, and 2 Delta.
Yeah.
Just so that he always has targets. basically,
Shard
right?
a shard right now has 2 manlands though, right?
Yeah.
What's the other manland he has access to?
If he was his
Yeah.
other color.
Right now he's playing America.
Yeah.
Does he only have 1?
No, as America, he also has the red white manland, which is a 4 mana to activate, 2 colors, red white. It gets plus or becomes a 2/1 with double strike.
Yeah, and this one's the 1/4 that
This
switches.
is the 1/4 that
yeah.
can switch his power toughness.
Okay, Jade's back in. Got some arms here on the right hand side of the table. So Zach's been shuffling. So looking at the matchup, who do you think? What decks do you think favored?
I'm not sure. Honestly, like they're both pretty grindy, but Jade has more planeswalkers, and I don't think Zach doesn't play what's it called Ruinous Path, right? So he has no
He
way
doesn't
to actually
have
kill
Ruinous
a
Path.
planeswalker.
He just attacks them with creatures.
He has 3 Absent Arms and 3 Crackling Dooms to get rid of Gideon if it ever gets activated. But if Jay just plays Chandra and starts plussing it, there's a chance that Zach can't like get rid of the Chandra.
Yeah.
Assuming that Zach doesn't already have a board state, right? But if Zach's already got a board state,
In an
I would
empty
guess he
board.
doesn't
Again,
do
back
that.
to. It's funny how the best counter for a Chandra on an empty board is to play your own Chandra and kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels so good. Which is not the way Elspeth was, right? If you played the person who plays Elspeth first wins
Yeah.
in that old race.
Well, and like the other thing about Jade's deck is he's got 4 Seeker of the Way and 4 Mantis Riders, so he's like pretty heavy on the aggro plan. And
Yeah.
Most Jeskai or Jeskai Black decks are like harder control, right?
Yeah.
So he could just. Do we know which one's first seed?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, we'll find out by who plays land first.
Jade's been all day. He's been making these Jundy type decks go first.
I know.
Yeah.
I heard him say, "I'm gonna draw one game," and I was confused.
Yeah, it's very strange. What do you? And I was thinking about it. It's just the disdainful stroke is sick, right?
Yeah.
If you rock that disdainful stroke into a rhino or something. Because you can go 3. A lot of times these Jund decks on turn 3 are just like tapping out to divination or something.
Yeah.
So
Well, most of them switch from playing Painful Truth to Read to Bones, so that
because
they
it's
can play
better
Dark
with
Dwellers.
Goblin,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So I was talking about that. And it's just pretty sweet. If I go Lightning Angel, boop you, and then you draw some cards, you're even lower. I hit you again, and then for 2 mana, I counter your 4 mana spell.
Your spell that you're trying to use to stabilize, right? Like Siege
Right.
Rhino.
And
That's pretty
then
good.
you're way ahead, right?
Yep.
You're super ahead at that point. It's also a deck that I even thought about. It's strange that Jade isn't running any goblins of his own. He has some really good goblin targets in his deck.
Yeah, like Jeskai Charm.
Jeskai Charm, yeah. Put your guy on top.
Yeah.
Goblin, put your guy on top. That's just evil. Okay, so we're into the action here. Jace coming down for Jade. For hashtag
So Jade
Jade.
was on the play. So Jade must be seed number 1. Because this is the highest seeded game. Colgan's command. Presumably Shock Chase make you discard.
Yep.
Don't think there's any actual modes other than that he could do right now.
There's no artifact, and there's no
Spell
creature to
targets,
pick up.
yeah.
So, yep. Dispel. Is that Dispel? Jade loves Dispel.
Yeah, I
It's
like Dispel. Dispel's really strong, especially right now in Standard.
Yeah, some of the things that are running around are just pretty awesome. You can just hold up 1 mana to counter the Crackling Doom. It's sick. Play a Lightning Angel and hold up a mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ill.
Well, like, and if he's on the play, right? If he goes Seeker into Mantis Rider, there's a chance that Zach doesn't even have an untapped land on turn 3. Like, if he just played like a man land or something, he wouldn't even be able to Crackling Doom.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Jade plays another Mantis Rider or a Magical Christmas land, I guess. Then he leaves up with his blue mana, and then he passes. Zach tries Crackling Doom, and
Or
gets him-
Gideon. Gideon seems like the best case, right? You make a 2/2.
Yeah.
Yep. Advocate.
That card seemed pretty okay.
You better lawyer up. Because it's an advocate. It's like a lawyer.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah,
Get
I
it?
got it.
Yeah. Mantis Rider.
Oh, okay.
Boop.
I thought he was gonna play a Reflector Mage. Bounce the Advocate.
That would be good too.
Yeah.
Does it look like he has one in his hand?
I-
Jade's
I
really
thought-
good at keeping his hand down.
Yeah.
He barely ever lets me see what's going on in there.
Zach looks like he's got a Rhino.
Yeah.
That's all I could see.
So right now he has a Colgan's command in the dirt. I don't like Goblin right now.
Yeah,
It's not, it
I
just
don't
does
think that's a
nothing,
good play.
right? If you're gonna Goblin, you got to do the bait swing first, right? I don't know. He's just going for a cut.
First cut, okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, one of the
think that-
advantages that Jade's deck has the ability
Does
to
he have a
attack.
2-mana spell to play right now, though?
Not
Zach?
sure. Not that I know of.
Because I didn't see one. I know there's a Rhino in his hand, and I thought
Oh,
that there was a land.
is he cracking for Dispel right now? Because that would be
That would be so
sick.
good.
That would be really good in this position. The tempo swing.
Oh, baby.
He discarded
Oh,
one
baby.
very
Oh.
easily early. Boom.
That's real good.
That's real good.
Yeah, and Zach
Can't
doesn't
attack.
have a follow-up play either.
Can't even attack.
He's got
I would have went for
that
Rhino
looks
there.
like a Secluded Step. Or no, Sand Step Citadel? The Tri-Land.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Abzan.
yeah.
Does he play them?
Not. Well, you have.
No, you have it.
Nope.
Doesn't play it. I don't know what that
Must
card
be a
was.
Rhino.
Maybe it's.
It looks
Tremocus
like a
Command,
Rhino.
or another Rhino.
Or
I guess.
Anafenza.
Oh yeah.
It's got
okay.
the gold border going on.
some
Does
sort
he-
of Abzan card.
Oh, he doesn't even have Anafenzas in his main deck.
Maybe it's just 2 Rhinos. That'd be pretty strong.
Nothing like.
He fiery impulses away the Advocate before he gives him a chance to play a 6th land.
Good call.
Yeah. He drew Read the Bones for turn. Looks like, yeah, he's going to cast
I'm just
it.
gonna
I
fire
think he's
it.
digging for land.
Read the Bones
I don't-
is one of my favorite Magic cards.
It's a strong card.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Dromoka's command.
Jamoka's command.
And a Crackling Doom? Is that what that is?
You sure it's Jamoka's command? He shouldn't even have Jamoka's command. Is it an Abzan charm, perhaps?
Maybe. I thought it was Dromoka's command. It might have just been Crackling Doom. He
Okay.
scryed 2 and kept both.
Kept both.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably Crackling Doom. That would explain why he kept both, and now he's cracking a fetch land immediately. Gonna get green-white dual land, presumably. Yeah.
Mhm.
Probably gonna see a Crackling Doom.
Yeah, that Mantis Rider did a lot of work.
That hit him 3 times.
Yeah, it did a lot of work.
That's so much damage.
Yeah, just from like a random 3-drop. Like, there's no 3-drop in the format that I'm more afraid of than Mantis Rider. Reflector Mage, fine, it's a tempo hit, but
Yeah, I can't even.
Death
think of-
Mist
I
Raptor,
can't
who
think of
cares?
any.
It's just a 3/3 Death Mist Raptor, like whatever. But Mantis Rider, boom.
Yeah.
And it flies in just a really not fly intensive. There's not much of an air force around.
No,
You're
there's
seeing a lot of Mantis Rider. You see some Wingmate rocks, and you see the Eldrazi that comes with the Scion.
yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say. The Bant Coco deck
Yeah.
plays like mono flyers. It plays Wingmate Rock. It plays the Spawn guy. I don't know what it's called.
Eldrazi something.
Yeah,
The one that comes with the
the
Scion.
2/1 that makes a 1/1 Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it also plays Stratus Dancer, which is
It's a flyer.
the 2/1
Yeah,
that
it's
when
a
it's face
negate.
up, it's negate. But
When you,
well, it's
you can
instant or
Megamorph
sorcery.
it.
It's not negate. It's just instant or sorcery.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
But
it's
yeah.
not as good as negate.
Yeah, there's the Sea Rhino.
Rhinoceros. So I have to think Jade must have known a Rhino was coming sometime.
Yeah,
Because
Well, you
a
gotta
lot of
expect it,
times
right?
Jade looks like he's been on the ropes, but he just plays this really aggressive face game and follows it up with burn. Just as classic as Delver, Bolt, you're dead.
he just shocked himself.
You can't shock yourself in this
Well, I
format.
mean, yeah. He used his pain land, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's definitely an Abzan Charm in his hand. And a Planeswalker of some sort. Chandra, maybe? Chandra would be pretty good. I think that's what it is. Yep, that is exactly what that is. He's got to play the Chandra here, right? He's got to play Chandra -2 and hope Jade just misses for the next couple of turns off top of his deck.
Yeah. There is the risk that if you go and do that he will Fiery Impulse your Rhino.
Yeah.
I would attack with the Rhino first. I don't know. He's going like that. I guess you're just.
Oh, Jade has no cards in hand.
Oh, he's in top deck
Oh,
mode.
I thought he still had one card in hand. Okay.
Okay, that changes things.
I think that he
100%. Why
just
didn't he attack?
drew... I don't know.
Oh, he wants to protect against the 4/1 Manland coming back and killing the Chandra.
Yep, that makes sense. I was going to say, I don't think Jade plays hasty creatures.
Mantis Rider.
But I meant on the ground.
Ooh, ding.
That's pretty good.
Goes for the Chandra.
Yeah, you have to.
Otherwise, you just lose 2.
Because, like, yeah, because the clock is just too fast.
Yeah, this Rhino needs to hit 4.
Zach still
like
has the
4
Abzan
times.
Charm to exile that Mantis Rider. Does he have mana to play Soulfire and buy back the Abzan Charm? No, he doesn't. He's 1 mana short.
Abzan Charm's 3 strength or greater? 3
yeah,
power?
three power or greater. Advocate. Okay,
That's
so
pretty good right now.
Advocate, Abzan Charm, exile your guy, probably.
Remove the guy. Swing for the face.
Yeah.
I would attack first.
I would attack, offer him to block.
No.
Because if he chooses to block,
Because if he
for
blocks, you're
whatever
going to get 4
reason,
damage
right?
in anyway. Because
Yeah.
the Rhino tramples. So
I wouldn't even waste the Absent Charm. I just let him take 1 trample and then play the Soulfire.
plus that puts him to a convenient 12 life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that Advocate's a
Because
4/5.
if you Abzan Charm and get the 4 trample, he's only at 9, which isn't a kill next turn. So
Yeah.
why not? Reflector
That was
Mage
pretty
is
good.
that one.
Zach has a Hissing Quagmire, which is the green-black land, I believe. Oh, I thought he did. Maybe I'm just blind. Oh, no,
Sometimes
yeah,
it's
that's
pretty
what
hard.
it is, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so he would have had
Yeah,
lethal.
he would have had lethal.
Soulfire Grandmaster. So if he has a Fiery Impulse right now, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that would be really strong.
Very
After a
good.
couple of turns of it, Jade looking like he was just going to take the game. Looks like Zach's clawing his way back into this.
Mm-hmm. Read the
Ooh,
bone.
that's pretty good draw.
And that's pretty.
Oh, that's
fri-
kind of risky.
It's pretty risky. Jeskai Charm.
Well, like Jeskai Charm, Mantis Rider. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of outs. That just created a lot of outs for Jade. Because he just went to 3 for that.
Yeah.
He will go and change it. There it is.
Can you see what he drew off of that?
No, I couldn't see any of it. He's got a red card. There was a
Yeah.
red card. And a green card. It's got to be a Sylvan
Well,
Advocate.
the green card's the Advocate that got Reflector
yeah.
Maged.
And then what's the backmost card?
Sea
Ooh,
Rhino.
Rhino.
Ooh. That's pretty good.
The Rhino is good. So Jade has 1 card.
I think that if it was a super relevant card, he would have played it. Oh, okay. I guess he was deciding whether or not he wanted to attack first, but he didn't want to gain Zach 2 life by letting him just
I would do
let
it.
his guy get 8.
I would have done it. I guess it doesn't actually make a
Well,
difference.
like your guy gets killed by Sea Drano.
Yeah,
Right.
it feels bad. But I think that a 3/4 vanilla in the air is
Two-
better
two
than a
3/4s with
2/3 on the
flying, yeah.
ground.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Roast.
oh, he just got punished.
Yeah, he got
He just got-
super punished.
Did his creature just get killed by the card that says non-flying creature?
Okay, Crackling Doom. Yeah, that's real strong here.
That's all I'm saying is that the other line was much more resilient.
Okay, well, that was pretty good.
That was a series of cards that happened.
And if Jade had attacked first and then made 2 Wingmate Rocks instead of trying to be greedy and keep Reflector Mage, for no reason actually. he
Yeah,
wouldn't have
it
lost,
just I
'cause
think
Roast
you're
wouldn't
just
have had a target.
upgrading the Reflector Mage.
Yeah,
The Reflector Mage
Roast
is
wouldn't have had
becoming
a
a
target at all.
The
right?
Roast wouldn't have had a target, and that would have been a whole nother game.
Yep.
I got instincts, bro. So
Yeah,
let's
that
talk
is-
about sideboarding.
Okay.
So here on Zach's deck,
Yep.
he's got some Duress, Dramoka's Command, a Virulent Plague, which, do they have access to deck lists?
I don't think so. We have them, right? And I don't think there's.
Don't they get access to deck lists?
Don't know. I mean, they gave them to us, so I would assume no.
Or do they just
I think that might just be for the final game that we give them the deck lists.
Okay, so anyway, Duress, Dramoka's Command, Virulent Plague, which I can't see Zach bringing in Virulent Plague.
No, it doesn't. Well, like the only thing it does for him is prevents the Gideon from making tokens, but I don't know
Yeah.
if Zach even knows about Gideon right now. And it
Yeah.
also stops Chandra's tokens, right? But the
But-
Chandra tokens also come out of Zach's guys. He doesn't have another one in his sideboard, does he?
He doesn't have another one. I can see these 2 Radiant Flames coming in for sure.
Yeah. The Radiant Flames and the Dramoka's Command have to come in, I think.
Dramoka's Command exposes you to blowouts.
And then probably the 2 Surges.
Surge for sure.
I would guess he's
Yeah, we can say 100%.
in.
No Hallowed Moonlight, no Infinite. So
Correct.
Surge, Radiant Flames, Dramokas.
Yeah.
That's one thing I could
He's
say.
on the draw, right?
He's going to be on the draw.
Yeah. So I don't like Oppo Siege on the
But he
on the
played
draw.
against Jade earlier in the tournament, and Jade put him on the play.
Really?
So he might think he's on the play.
Okay.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about this other end? Other end, take it or leave it.
It's like the problem is that it's so much more expensive than Jade's cards that he plays,
Yeah.
right?
And
Like the only card that Jade plays is, or creature, I guess, is Wingmate Rock, and then he's also got his Planeswalkers, but he's not gonna have a bunch of Planeswalkers in play.
yeah.
It just feels really bad to use it, have an Utter End in your hand as a removal spell when your opponent has Jace or something, right? Or like a Seeker.
Yeah. It does have the advantage that it can go at some things that it otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
So let's look at this side. I can see
Yeah.
Jade has Soulfires coming
Jade's-
in.
Yeah, Jade's definitely got Soulfire. He's got 2 Radiant Flames, right? Which
I don't think
I
he
don't
brings
think he's
them
gonna
in.
bring them in. He's
They're
got
not good.
a Negate and a Burn Away, Reflector
100%.
Mage, Sarkhan, Mastery.
So
of the
if Jade's
Unseen
on the
times 2.
play, I can see the Sarkans coming in.
Yeah,
On the draw, not so much.
yeah. He's also got Valorous Stance,
Against Rhino.
a Surge of Righteousness,
Mhm.
and 3 Disdainful Stroke. Does Zach have a lot of targets for the Surge?
For the
just
Surge,
got
he's got...
Sea Drano, Dark Dwellers, and Kalitas. That's pretty good.
that's enough.
Yeah, I think I would bring it in. It's only a 1-off, right? So it's
Yeah,
not like he's
plus,
siding in a
and you
bunch of
can
them.
get the Advocates once they turn online. At 6 mana, you can hit them.
Why?
Because the Sylvan Advocates get +2/+2 when you have that.
Oh,
many
you mean
lands.
you mean the Valorous Stance? I meant
No.
for Surge of Righteousness.
Oh, for Surge of Righteousness. Yeah, Surge of
But like
Righteousness.
Surge also blows up his
Planeswalkers.
1 land. Okay, well that's less good. I thought he played more of these. He's also got 2 Shambling Vents.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't see
I
Zach.
would definitely bring in the
Zach's
Valorous
not going
Stance.
in with manlands as much. I love manlands. Whenever I'm
I-
playing a deck with them, I go in with them all the
You don't
time.
gotta sell me on manlands.
Yeah, I just don't see that players are as aggressive with them nowadays. As like, remember
think
just
that-
Mutavault?
Yeah,
Like I attack with Mutavault, put Mutavault in any deck, every deck, you know.
yeah.
But I can see Jade's bringing in a burn away for sure.
Well, he's gonna bring in
Burn.
Negate, Burn Away. I would assume Sarkhan, the Valorous Stance, and probably the Disdainful Strokes and the Soulfire.
And that's a lot of cards.
Yeah, that's like 7 cards.
Yeah. So, not 100% as to what he would cut or whatever. But,
Well, he might bring in a 3rd Reflector Mage too.
yeah, I was saying the Reflector Mage is probably coming
Yeah,
in.
that's pretty good against him.
Yeah. But looking at it, like, Roast is good because it kills all of his creatures. Wild Slash, not so good.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I would
keep the
cut it.
Wild Slash.
Yeah, the Valorous stance might come in, might go. I think there's enough good targets for it between Colitis, Goblin Dark Dwellers, and Siege Rhino that I would keep it in.
Yeah, and the Advocate.
And the Advocate half
yeah.
the time, yeah.
Well, and like the other thing is, if the Advocate's turned on, your Valor stance could kill a man land.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny.
They don't even need to be turned on. They just say, don't they just say your land creatures get +2/+2 all the time?
No. It says as long as you have 6 or more lands in play.
So if you have 6 or more lands, it and your man
Yeah.
lands. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that would be really strong if it didn't.
Yeah, just pump my man lands.
Just play like 2 or 3 in a row. Just get in with an 8/8 mutable.
So we're into the draws. Jade and his calm demeanor under pressure. A lot of players are
Does
flicky,
Zach
they're
only have
fidgety.
5 cards?
He's just been on a series of mulligans here.
Oh, that's not good. That is
Oh yes, and Zach took down
Zach
the first
took game
game.
1, yeah.
There we go.
Do you think Zach can actually realistically win a game if he's actually on 4 cards here? He is on 4 cards.
4 with the scry,
Oh, he scried and kept. He's got a land in hand.
and that was a land on top.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Looks like red, black in his hand.
it's hard to tell. It's really glary.
Yeah. The dual landed plays the man
Seeker
land.
is really bad
Yeah, that's
to look down.
That's not good.
What do you
And he
think
drew
about
another
keeping
land.
the Seekers in?
I like it. He's on the play.
Okay, on the draw, I'm taking those out.
Yeah. On the
Your-
draw,
your
I think
opponent's
I would take
playing Sylvan Advocate and Soulfire Godmaster. Like Soulfire, not so much.
Well,
But
like-
the Sylvan Advocate just stone nuts you.
it out. Yeah.
You need another card for it to work, which maybe it's good enough, maybe it's not. Oh my God,
Ooh,
nuts!
That's real good.
The nuts is so now as we've
Zach's on
discussed.
running lands though.
Yeah, so the optimal play is probably just like draw 2. If Zach has a card that lets him draw 2 cards, that
Yeah.
would be perfect.
I don't think he has a way to play one though, right? Because the lands he has in his hand are Forest and a
He could play Forest into Read the Bones,
another red black fetch land. Yeah.
but does he have a Read the Bones in his hand?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. He's got 3 read and 3 Absent Charm in his deck.
Would you have modified the numbers on those
I'm a bigger fan of Read the Bones than Absent Charm, I think, right now.
in this matchup?
in-
Though he's got a 3/3 split. I think it's your card draw. I don't think you can change your
In the
card
matchup?
draw.
No,
I wouldn't
don't
change
think
it.
can
You
change
just
them in
keep the
matchup.
6.
The other thing
keep your
about the
6 card draw
Absent
spells.
Charm, right, is like
It doubles as a Mantis
it
Rider
can kill
killer.
Mantis Strider, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't it have a third mode?
Yeah, it puts +1/+1 counters.
Oh yeah.
Two as you divided. Or two as you
Two is
choose.
2 wherever you want.
Yeah.
So he's going
And it can
Cole
target
again.
their creatures too, which was pretty funny. I used to target my opponent's Courser with it, and then untap play Elspeth and minus it and blow up a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, you didn't do it to. I think Phyrexian Obliterator should somehow be involved in this line of thought.
That'd be funny.
Give your opponent's creature +2/+2, and then make them fight.
Yeah.
Make them fight. Yeah.
Whatever.
Prey upon Phyrexian Obliterator. Build it, guys. Eldrazi's are running around in Modern. Imagine how much better it is. How much better is it?
You'd need to get to turn 5 though.
That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's a minor technicality.
No, you can just play ramp. You're playing green. You got ramp.
Just like Farseek can do it, so turn 4. I guess you could go like bird into like ramp spell, right?
Yeah.
And then play Obliterator on turn 3.
Okay. So here's how it goes. It involves Black Lotus.
Okay. so we're clearly not playing modern anymore. Probably could still play the Eldrazi deck in Vintage. Wouldn't be surprised.
It's not better than Slash Panther.
Mm,
Slash Panther's OP
yeah, it's a 4/2 with haste.
that you can play off Black Lotus.
Well, like I guess it costs you 2 life, but that's
No, YOLO.
whatever.
It's vintage.
Yeah.
Life. Who actually just attacks their opponent's 0 vintage. Anyway, we digress. Zach's got some lands. He burned down. He used Colgan's command to burn down a Seeker of the Way, and Jade's been poking with the other Seeker of the Way.
If Zach just keeps drawing his spells that give him a 2-for-1s all the time, he could just feasibly win this game too. Even though he mulliganed to 4.
Yep.
Because like it doesn't look like Jade had a Mantis Rider he could have played on turn 2. So he doesn't have a bunch of... on turn 3.
On turn 3,
Definitely
he
not
played
on
Tap
turn
Land
2.
Seeker.
Yeah.
And then turn 4 didn't play Mantis Rider.
Yeah.
Which he obviously would have.
Yes. Maybe... I'm not sure.
So...
I think the optimal thing he can do here is get in with... or attack with Seeker. Assuming Zach doesn't have any like responses, kill
Shenanigans.
it, whatever. If he has a Wingmate Rock, like that would be pretty good.
Why is he pre-combat fetching?
I couldn't tell you.
Manland?
Oh yeah, he does have Manland. Maybe he's just
could
hoping
boot for
Zach
4,
Zach
right?
doesn't have a removal spell he can
Oh,
play.
that's exactly...
'Cause, like, well, Zach's lands he has in play is the green-black Manland, and then Mountain and Swamp, so he can't Absent Charm it. He doesn't
And
have a
he-
white
and he
source.
can't
Oh, and he
even
does have an
Crackling
Absent
do-
Charm in his hand. He does have a Murderous Cut, though.
Which do you go for? What do you reckon?
I
would go Seeker.
I would target the Fumarole, because it's 4 points of damage, right?
Yeah.
And like the other thing is, if the only white source he has for the rest of the game or for the next couple of turns is that Shambling Vent, he's not ever going to be able to use the Shambling Vent to attack or block. And it looks like he's sandbagging a land. I think it was a Bloodstained Mire in his hand.
He's had that Bloodstain Mire since
Yeah,
the beginning
it
of the
is.
game.
Yeah, that was his second draw.
In retrospect, maybe he would have wanted to filter more lands.
I
You
think-
gotta think your opponent's up to something.
Yeah.
When they go to the 5th land, you either think he has nothing but lands, or gas, some
Or,
kind
yeah.
of trick, right?
Yep.
If he had a Rhino, he would have played it.
Jace on a 3rd Seeker. Okay, that's
Oh
neat.
my god, Bile Blight, OP.
Yeah.
Bile Blight would be sick right now.
Lose 2, draw 2. Yeah, seems good.
End step?
Yeah.
This is end step we're talking? Okay. So he's going for the cards. You mentioned that he has to do nothing but get his 2-for-1 cards.
He's doing
Which
it.
we're talking about. We're talking 3 Absent Charms because they draw you 2 cards.
Well,
3
look at
Read
his
the Bones
hand.
because they draw
His
you 2
hand's
cards.
3 fetch lands and 1 spell.
Yeah, he's...
No, I lied. It's 3 fetch lands and a swamp. A mountain. It's 3 fetch lands and a basic is what it was, and he plays Wooded Foothills Pass.
What do you think about the amount of acting he's doing with this hand? It's not very clear to Jade that his opponent only has 1 land.
Yeah, like
Or
I don't know.
only nothing but lands.
I'm of the idea that if you at least represent in some scenarios you have some sort of response, there's a good chance it pays off, right?
Yeah.
But it
The
also
people
looks
that
like
just like touch the mountain,
Jade's
they're
just
so ready to lightning bolt.
yeah. Jade's just gonna get in for 12 here
Seekers do proc off of
off the Chandra. Yeah.
Chandra, so proc.
Whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Zach's in the tank.
He's got to activate the Quagmire and block the Seeker, is what he thinks. Because he's going to take 9, even if he blocks.
These dice here are representative of
the 3.
yeah, he went up for tokens, right?
Yeah.
So right now he's coming in for 12, and Zach is obviously blocking a Seeker.
Yeah, he has to.
These are the kinds of scenarios that made me think that he should have went for the Murderous Cut on the Seeker before. Jay didn't have a lot of moments to activate the manland. He's near to tapping out.
Yeah, that's true.
If you make him attack you for 4 by paying 5 mana instead of doing other things. Yeah.
That was really awkward. After drawing a couple of his 2-for-1s, he just flooded out. But I mean, he did mulligan to 4. He put up a pretty good fight for the beginning there.
Pretty fair. It was could have gone either way.
Yeah.
So
if
now
1 or 2 of those fetch lands he drew were just spells, yeah. Like if
He
one of
would've
those,
still
if
been-
one of those fetch lands was a Goblin Dark Dweller,
or one of them was a Rhinoceros.
yeah, well, Rhinoceroli would be pretty good there.
Every one of my hands would be improved by drawing 3 more Rhinoceros.
Yeah. Just on top of your actual cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like somebody recalled targeting you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was starting to think of a list of cards that if your opponent reaches across the table to read the card, they're just gonna lose.
Yeah.
I've got some cards. 1, Hercule's Recall.
Yeah.
If you play Hercule's Recall and your opponent says, "What
Well,
does that card do?"
and
they're
and
gonna
it's-
lose the
it's-
game.
and it's relevant in the matchup, right?
Well, you
Like,
don't
they're playing
play
Affinity.
it. You don't play
and you
it.
recall them.
Yeah. Because if they don't know what the card does, yeah. Or if I play Blood Moon and my opponent's like, "Can I read that card?"
Yeah.
They're gonna lose. Any other ones you'd care to add?
Trinisphere.
Trinisphere, Smokestack.
Yeah. Smokestack.
I play Smokestack and my opponent's like, "What is this card? What's a soot counter?"
The best is when they don't understand why it's not just a charge counter.
Why?
Back in the day, Magic didn't only have charge counters.
What? It was just like for no good reason, right?
Yeah. It was just like they wanted to, make them unique, I guess.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it's fun.
Well, it is a soot counter.
Yeah. It's just fucking Northern England in a counter.
That was rude.
Rude to who?
Northern England.
I didn't destroy Northern England. Take that shit up with Churchill.
What are you doing?
I'm having a hard time here. I'm having a bad time. I'm trying to make it so that the commentator actually includes both our names.
So it just says Ryan.
Ryan Hampshire Cheese is what it says.
No and. Just put an ampersand. Come on.
Put a what?
An ampersand. The and symbol.
That's the name? That symbol has a name?
This, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to do that.
Well, that's a plus. Come on.
Oh, and look, it is the exact number of figures to cut my name off.
Well, just remove the space between my name or the commentator and the colon and Ryan, I guess.
I was gonna go the space between and after the plus sign.
Sure. It's my bad.
Is that
Last name's too
acceptable?
long. Yeah, whatever.
Yes, your name is so unacceptably long. You're lucky you're still in my booth.
Yeah. It's not much of a booth. It's more of a room.
Okay. So you've upgraded my area?
Yeah.
Isn't a room better than a booth?
In the commentator booth.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Well,
so would you do any play draw shenanigans siding? Or
I know Jade's a fan of it. I'm personally a fan of it. If he doesn't have the Sarkhan in after that game because he wanted to be more aggressive, then there's a chance he's citing Sarkhan in.
and
But
do you
I don't think he
anticipate that
does.
you're going to be on the play of the draw right now?
As who? Jade or Zach? I think Jade just signified he wants to be on the play at all times. So I think that if Zach told him that he was on the draw after he does all this sideboarding and his deck's presented, it could throw him off. I don't think you can do that though.
I thought you sideboarded, presented your deck, and then determined.
You do.
So he could do that.
Yes.
Plus, Zach's deck is good on the draw.
Zach's deck is good on the draw, but if he puts Jade on the play and Jade just goes 2-drop, 3-drop, like
2-drop, 3-drop Gideon.
yeah, like you could just die, right?
You can just die, but yeah. So
I don't think that's a risk Zach would take. Plus, like, it's also more beneficial for Zach if he plays his tapped lands
early.
because if he's on the draw and he's playing tap lands, like his dual lands, I don't know what the other one's called, Hissing Quagmire, right? Yeah, Hissing Quagmire and Shambling Vince. Then if he's forced to play,
You can't expect that your average hand composition is going to include multiples of those.
correct.
He's only got 3 in his deck.
Like he's
So you see one in your opener, you play a tap.
in reality,
turn
he's
one,
probably going to play one
it's very
of them between turn 1 and 4.
yeah. It's rare that you'll be flooded on them.
Yeah.
There's like almost not enough of your deck to be flooded on them, and yeah. So I could just see that. I think Jade's deck can transition much more efficiently into a beat you down really fast deck than Zach's.
Well, like that's what his main deck is almost.
because like he actually has creatures and faster threats in his sideboard.
Yeah, well, he's also
Like,
got another tempo guy.
yeah,
right?
he's
Like,
got another
the
tempo
reflector
guy,
range.
a Sarkhan, and 2 Soulfire Grandmasters.
Plus, if he sided in the extra Valor stance, he could go to combat. Zach might try to
Boop.
Crackling Doom, kill one guy, right? And then the next turn he might untap, try to roast a guy. My guy is indestructible now.
Yeah, so
I mean, like
Zach's,
with Soulfire, roast's pretty good still.
Zach's coming down on Soulfire Grandmaster on turn 2.
It's a strong card.
It's a good card. And
But- Yeah, so Jade's definitely on the draw.
play draw mind games.
Has Zach played a Soulfire before this? I can't think
In
of
this match, no,
Yeah.
but he did play Jade in the Swiss.
Yeah, but
and had
I mean this
Soulfires.
match, right? Because he's playing 4 of them.
I think
He only
it's on the
played one.
number 1 card to shave.
Yeah,
I don't even
that's
think
fair.
that his deck should have had 4 Soulfire Grandmasters to
I would
start
have
with.
played 1 or 2 at most, I think.
I like 2. 2's great.
Yeah.
It's a 2. I
That's what
play
I
a
played,
2
was 2.
of a card that I want to see, but I do not want to see more than 1 of. I don't spreadsheet my decks. I kind of just organically build them. So if I like 2 as a card that I want to see 1 of, but never more than 1 in a game.
Well, and like the other thing is, you don't usually want it on turn 2, right?
I want to play Soulfire Grandmaster as like an 8 mana spell.
8 or 9. That's what I think. Yeah.
It just looks like I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna have a removal spell. I'm gonna bounce that removal spell. I'm gonna get my value.
Yeah. Well, like at 9 mana, right? You can play it, and you can pay to rebuy your spell and play a Crackling Dude.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Even if it's something
And
as
like, or it
small
could be
as
Roast, too, right? Which is
Yeah.
pretty good with Soulfire.
also that late into the game, it can be a lot quicker in that you just play Murder's Cut for 1,
Yes.
which is feels good. You don't gain any life. Though.
No, but
No life.
the guy's dead.
It's garbage. It doesn't gain you
It's,
life.
it's garbage. I don't know if that counts. Oh, read the bones. Okay.
Read the Bones, which is a push with his Soulfire Master attack.
Green, white, fetch land, and I think it was
In this position,
red.
looking at his hand, he has 3 lands. I just put every land on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't.
Every land on the bottom, and it feels so bad when you crack Scry plus fetch lands. Nombo.
Well, yeah. Especially when the lands you're scrying away are more fetch lands, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to just keep those on the bottom, but the only lands you have in hand are also fetch lands. So
Then,
you're just shuffling them back in your deck.
did he crack fetch land into this Read the Bones?
Nope. He cracked the fetch land the turn before for the Soulfire. I believe it's a green-white fetch land.
Jade's going for an end step draw here. So
No, that's main phase.
given that this is just Jade's turn 3.
Yeah.
Okay. If I was Zach, I would have cracked a fetch prior to playing that. I would have cracked a fetch land into the Read the Bones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think too, because
Yeah.
he's got at least one in his hand. He might have 2.
He has at least 1 fetch land. He has a Bloodstained Mire in his hand. So
Mantis Rider? Yeah. Oh,
no,
Reflector
Reflector
Mage.
Mage.
Ooh,
that's pretty good too.
Yeah.
That's probably time enough for this Jace to flip.
Yeah, I would guess.
I mean,
It also stops Zach from gaining life from the Reflector Mage, right?
yeah,
Because like if he had a roast here or something to stop the Jace, now his roast is just a roast.
It's just a
Just-
shock.
Well, it's like a flame slash, right?
We're having roast Jace for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rhino?
roast Rhino for dinner.
Kalidas? Kalidas. Okay.
We haven't seen Cletus
Nope.
come down.
I'm a fan of that card.
That card is
Real
sweet.
good.
You know, the thing that gets like kind of shoved under the carpet for standard purposes is the activated ability on him.
Yeah,
You're not going to
sack-
see it
sack
get
your zombie.
played. You know, it's not going to happen very often. But that guy just screams like general material to me. Seems
Commander,
good. Yeah. Because
Well,
that's
like you
the
can play
criteria.
tribal zombies too, right?
Yeah, you just like tribal. Everyone loves tribal zombies.
Tribal zombies and wraths.
Yeah.
And like some sort of way to make him indestructible.
Yeah, and then you could play Patriarch's Bidding, naming zombies.
Oh, you can play Army of the Damned.
100%.
I'm just gonna make
what's
13
the delve?
guys
What's
here.
the delve one?
Empty
Empty
the
the pits.
Yeah,
I wanted to say empty the
double-
warrens, but I knew it wasn't wrong.
Double X,
Double X delve.
4 black.
Yeah.
It's a strong card, but it's an
Isn't
instant.
isn't it trip black? I think it's
I thought it was
triple
4,
black.
but if it's
I think
triple,
it's
that
triple
makes
black.
way more sense.
Triple black, colorless.
Oh, maybe it's
It-
2 black and then double X.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's good. I
It's
think
like,
you have to tap
good's,
3 mana. and
Good's
go.
not the right word to use. It's like okay.
You kidding me? That card is insane. That card's so good. It's like White Sun Zenith in black. Valorous stance.
Did you see what he
Ding.
did?
What did
He
he
played
do?
his Jace. He has an extra Jace. He played it. Legend ruled it away,
Legend ruled it
so that he
so
can
there's-
flip it right
He
here.
can flip it.
And then he Valorous stance destroyed it afterwards.
Did you see the
Destroyed the-
pool?
the-
He flipped the bitch. So what's happening? What are
I'm
they
not sure.
discussing? Is he? This card's dead. right?
He was asking because Jade played Jace first.
He should have a zombie.
He should have Valor stance first because now he can't even flip his Jace.
Ding, punished.
Yeah,
Punished.
that's really awkward.
And
That's not a mistake I would make. I would assume Jade would make either.
It's late to the tournament. It's late to the day.
Yeah,
But yeah, usually these are the kinds of things you're on top of. But Jade never lets these kinds of little mistakes get to him.
no,
Judge ruling doesn't go his way. He kind of just keeps going.
yeah.
He's
gonna discard a
cool
third
customer.
Jace here. Watch.
Redundant Jaces.
He just drew it off the activation.
Yeah,
The third one.
I'd get rid of it. I mean, it sucks.
I would get rid of it only because if you keep it, assuming that that Zach has a removal spell for your Jace, you're kind of like also assuming that for the past 3 or 4 turns he just hasn't killed it, and it's been drawing him cards, right?
Except he went Read the Bones into
Yeah, but he
Cletus,
scryed both of his cards away. Right?
bottom.
Yeah, he bottomed both of the lands, which we know are lands, but Jay doesn't know that.
Well, you would gotta assume they're lands.
Yes.
Right. He's at 5
And then he
and
played
hasn't been playing
Kalitas.
5 mana cards. This is a Goblin into a Read the Bones.
That seems okay.
It's so good, man. It's greasy.
It's like
It's a 4/4 Goblin War Drums with Scry 2, Draw 2 on it. That's pretty dumb.
Yes.
That's a ridiculous
Yeah.
card.
or like a Snapcaster Mage.
Nope.
You don't like that?
It is Snapcaster
It is
Mage.
in this scenario. It's Snapcaster Mage, but it's a 4/4 body with menace.
But
Also for double red.
yeah.
Not that he couldn't cast a blue card within it in this standard mana base.
Yeah, you could just have them. He could cast Cryptic Command if you want. He could cast all the spells he's playing right now in Cryptic Command.
I
Except
remember there used to be this deck in standard that could cast Cryptic Command and Cloud Thresher.
Same
the
mana
same
base.
deck.
Same deck.
One
Main
into
deck.
the other consistently.
Yep.
Oh, that was a good deck.
Cruel Ultimatum too.
Yeah.
It
Five-
went
five
like
color control.
it went triple white Plume Veil
Yeah.
into
Or
Wrath
triple
of
blue. Or
God
triple blue.
or a combination thereof.
Yeah.
Into Wrath of God, into Cloud Thresher, into
like
Cruel Ultimatum,
counter
into
your
Nicol
things,
Bolas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he has
Well,
a
like,
flip Jace.
some of them played Horde of Notions and Maul Drifter and Shriek Maw too. I know I played that version. That was my favorite. Oh, it was so good.
Horde of Notions is the elemental one. Right?
5, yeah, all 5 colors. 5/5. Trample, haste, vigilance. You can pay one of each color to cast an elemental from your graveyard.
Cast.
So you can cast Nameless Inversion.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does it say you are allowed to cast it for the rest of the turn, or the activated ability itself
activated-
casts
yeah,
it?
that puts it on the
Nice.
stack.
As cast, so when cast trigger.
Yeah.
So you just cast your Mull Drifters and your Shriek Maws again?
Boy, can you.
And your Mirror Entities?
Yeah, but that one's like less fun.
That one's
right?
not
Like, that one
akin
doesn't
to
give
what
you
your
the-
deck was
the
doing,
super
right?
neat abilities. The best was
Boop.
Makeshift Mannequin, my Maul Drifter at the end of your turn. Draw 2 cards, untap Cruel Ultimatum, you get back my other Maul Drifter.
Draw the Cruel Ultimatum. Too.
Yeah, draw another.
Yeah, the Cruel Ultimatum was the third card down.
Because if you didn't have it, you were dead.
What's the point? Yeah, cruel. Yeah. So it looks like Jade's flipped Jace here, and he has a Lightning Angel in play.
I think he motioned to the Goblin Dark Dwellers with the plus on the Jace.
Yeah, 100%.
I would assume, because he doesn't really want to block that card.
But when it's a
Oh,
if it's a 2/4,
2/4, he could double
can block
and
with
kill
the
it.
Lightning Angel and the Mana War.
Yeah.
And it's good.
You can't say those things. Lightning Angel and Mana War? Some of these people won't even know what those cards do.
Well, I don't care about them. It's a Lightning Angel and a Mana War. Get your history down.
Crackling Doom?
Crackling
Ooh, that's
Doom.
pretty
Okay,
good.
that's
And then
pretty good.
2 to Jace, yeah.
2 to Jace for sure.
And now Jace
Do you
takes
feel like there was some patience that was lost there by not waiting one more land drop
by Jade.
into know about
By
the
Zach.
Soulfire?
Yeah.
Because he could have Soulfired that Crackling Doom. He did. Did he track the 2 life gain there as well?
On the life pad? No, I don't think so.
Okay, they must have it though.
Well, he wrote something down on his life pad,
Okay,
and
yeah.
he did do the damage to Jace. So I would assume that means that
Yeah, he's gained the 2
Jace
life.
is dead. I mean that Jace.
Well, Jace is at 2.
I mean that Zach gained life, and Jace is almost dead.
So in this position, you're ticking Jace up. Are you ticking Jace up onto the Goblin still here? I would.
Yeah, you have to.
Provided you don't have a creature, which Jade's deck isn't. Not, it's not like a never-ending string of creatures.
There's a chance that he has Wingmate Rock though. He could
Wingmate
just
Rock
attack with
right
the
now
Reflector Mage.
would
Wingmate
be
would be
so
super
good.
Yeah,
It would be
because if he gets in with if he attacks with Reflector, Zach's not going to block, so Zach's not going to gain. Oh, maybe this means he does have Wingmate Rock.
I think putting down 2/3/4s against the 4/4 menace
Yeah,
is good. 4/4 with Goblin War Drums.
Jade's got a Jesse.
How sweet is it that Goblin War Drums got turned into a keyword ability?
Yeah, I wish that it wasn't called Menace, though. It seems kind of lame. Oh, he had Valor stats. Okay. He's also got a Jeskai Charm in his hand.
Yeah.
So if Zach corrects a fetch line, there's a chance that Soulfire gets shuffled away. Right?
It's correct.
I've done that before.
He's gonna submerge.
In response to the fetch line.
He's gonna submerge in response to the fetch.
Submerge your Tarmogoyf. Aw. Your fetch line resolves, though.
Yeah, we're old man magic right here, by the way. Just so you all know. When Wrathy Dragon came out, oh man.
Were you excited? Is
You
that
have
what you're
no
saying?
idea. You have no idea how excited I was.
Another Read the Bones from Zach. That's the third one of the game.
Is
Gonna
he
put
at
himself
8?
to 8.
Is he actually at 8?
I think he's supposed to be at 10.
Well, Jade just switched it to 8 and then marked on his paper. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not really
That
sure.
is... He did bring in Dramoka's Command. That is, in fact, Dramoka's Command and a Soulfire. I don't think you keep the Soulfire. That has to get away. That's a
What,
bad
bottom?
card right now. Yeah.
for one, you already have one. Two, you don't
Yeah.
have anything for it to work with. I'd rather push it and try to get a removal spell or something. Also, could he not have put that Read the Bones back into his hand?
With the rebuy? Yeah, but I think that what he's hoping is he draws a Siege Rhino.
You want
He wants a Siege Rhino or a Kalitas. Some creature to help himself gum up the ground, right? Because if he
But-
plays a 4-drop here...
Any 4-drop in his deck.
Yeah.
Or
just-
even
or like if
he,
he has-
hasn't even played a land yet. If he goes
Yeah,
fifth
he has.
land,
He has. He
he
played
played?
Cinderglade, the red-green dual land. That's
okay,
right there.
yeah. Okay.
I don't think he has double black to play a Kalitas, though. He only has
You're
one
right.
black right now.
So
can
he was
play
into Rhino.
Okay, yeah, he got a
Which
Rhino.
he got a Rhino. So.
I don't think that was one of the cards he saw with his scry. No, it wasn't.
Did he have
He
it
had-
in hand? I don't think he
No,
had it in
he
his
didn't.
hand.
He
He just
drew
got
it.
a blind
Yeah,
Rhino.
I think he
well,
just blind hit Rhino.
It's been a while since I don't think he's even seen a Rhino this game, and he's done what 3 Read the Bones?
Yeah, he played.
That's his third
yeah.
Read the Bones.
I don't think he played a Rhino last game either. Well, but he
Jeskai.
did mulligan to 4 last game, so that
Is
makes sense.
Jeskai charming him to 7?
Yep.
That's an interesting Jeskai charm there. Why do you just fire that off right there?
Well, he could just kill him if he also has another Jeskai Charm or Mantis Rider in hand and
And-
draws the other one,
Mm-hmm.
right?
You just play.
Oh
it
no,
down.
he doesn't need to draw one. If he just has land and Mantis Rider, Zach's dead, because he has Jace to minus to flashback the Jeskai Charm.
Okay, but he's already went for the +1.
Yeah.
And he went for +1 on the Soulfire, so he wants to
He
keep
wants
his
to
life
keep
total
him from
down.
gaining life. Yeah,
Boom!
that's pretty good. That is really really good here.
I like how my extra large size dice made their way from Gerald's shop down here. Oh,
Jade hasn't played land yet for turn,
so are you the one Flame Slash?
but he's only got one
Wild
card
Slash?
in hand, right?
It could just be. Oh no, yeah,
Yeah,
it's only
no.
one.
No, he just didn't
You
think
want
about
the
it.
cheeky
If he-
Wild Slash
If he
for
had
the win?
plussed on the Siege Rhino, though, he could have attacked with everything.
Yeah, but that's effectively pointless, right?
No, but if he gains if Zach gains the life from Soulfire, that means it got 8 by Reflector Mage.
Yeah,
But I don't think he would make that block. That doesn't seem good.
I wouldn't.
I
There's
would not
no
either.
point. That's his late game card.
Yeah.
It looks so innocuous. It just looks like a little whatever 2-drop, but that is just like so late game, so good. And if he just hits like a Crackling Doom,
If he has
like if
Crackling
you are
Doom
looking,
here,
if you're in
he can-
Zach's spot right now, the Crackling Doom is all you want.
Yeah.
And remember we talked about how a little bit more patience and he would have still had it in his hand.
Yeah, and he
To
could have
be-
rebought it.
To be fair, the game would have played out slightly differently.
Well, if
but-
he didn't play it that turn, the
Yeah.
Jace would have had. It would have what, 2 extra loyalty right now,
It would have 2 extra
and
loyalty.
Jade would have. Was it Mantis Rider that he killed? Yeah, it had to have been.
Yeah, he would have been long gone.
He would have been. Yeah, he would be dead right now.
There's
Murderous
a
cut
cut.
with buyback. Is he not buying it back?
He must have another
He
card in his
can't
hand.
buy it
to play.
back.
He must have another card in his hand that he wants to play.
Oh, utter end. Whew.
He brought the other end in.
Yeah, I think that you
that
have
comes
to,
as a
right?
surprise.
Yeah, but he has no other way to deal with a planeswalker.
Yeah.
Well, like he has Crackling Tomb, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that the planeswalker Jade has is the Sarkhan.
So that was a pretty big turn for Zach.
Yeah, Jade might be. Yeah, Jade's dead. Wow,
Jade extends the hand.
that is impressive. So Zach wins 2-1 after. I would like to say that was a pretty close game.
That was all a really close series, even.
Yeah,
They did. They
that
did
Read the
well.
Bones that he played that got that Rhino.
That was
huge.
clutch.
Yeah.
Look at that Ugin.
Nugan.
That's the game day. No, not game day. What's it called? The Ugin Hedron Health Alt thingy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? We were like each given a pack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like a sweet looking Ugin. I own 2 of them.
Okay, I'll be right back.
We'll see if we can get someone else on there.
Okay, we are back. This is now semifinals. And we have a mirror match, guys.
No.
Or not a mirror match.
We have a rematch, I guess.
A rematch, I guess. Yeah. So this deck is pretty much exactly what Jade's deck was. Except it's being piloted by Blaze McIver, the Beard Man.
Blaze has Radiant Flames main.
Main?
Yeah.
That's
3
ambitious.
Radiant Flames main
That is so ambitious.
and 3 Reflector Mages. He's not playing the Chandras that Jade played. And he's not playing the Dispel. Oh no, he is playing the Dispel.
So I'm just going to call it hashtag Just Guy still.
Oh, maybe he shaved. Yeah, he's not playing as many lands, I think.
Yeah, it's real close, though. Blaze tended to lean towards the aggressive side of the spectrum.
Nope, it is the same amount of lands. I don't know what Blaze has in his deck. Okay, he cut a Fiery Impulse. And a Treasure Cruise. And the 2 Chandras.
To play.
To play 3 Radiant Flames. And an extra Reflector Mage.
Wait, isn't Fiery Impulse right here?
Yeah, he's only playing 2, but Jade played 3. And as far as I can tell, those are the differences in their deck list. They're both
Fiery
playing...
Impulse, eh? Okay, so players have their opening hands. Zach has choice here. I imagine he's taking the play.
Yeah. Yeah, so he plays Canopy Vista and passes. I can't see what's in his hand, but I would assume if he's playing like that,
That was
he's
the
going to
green.
play an
It's an
advocate on
advocate.
turn 1. Or on turn 2, I mean. Yeah.
Better lower your up.
Is that his catchphrase?
Yeah, I said that every time one got played.
Okay. That's fair.
So,
Seeker.
boop.
Yeah, here you go.
My man
I wonder
can
how...
beat your man if I have a spell.
I guess the Seekers have to have been doing good today, right?
They're doing all right,
'Cause
except when
Both
they
of
get
these guys are top
bricked.
8. Yeah, well.
They got bricked by. Maybe we should just say that Jeskai was doing well today. Jeskai tends to it kind of attacks this fair matchup. Most people just try to become more grindy and more fair. Jeskai
Like you and
fights
I.
them from like a sideways angle where they're just gonna go fast and over the top.
Well, they want to go
It's-
around them somehow, right? So one
Yeah.
way is to go too fast for them.
Yeah.
Another way is to go over them, right? Like with flyers,
in this
which
case
is
both.
doing both. Yeah.
In this case, doing both, and it has burn spells.
And then yeah, it also has just like some of the cards that they get to play are better than the cards that the grindy decks get to play in the matchup specifically. Right? Because like, if Zach's at 4, I would rather have a Jeskai Charm than a Crackling Doom, or an Absent Charm.
yeah.
Right?
And Blaze also not playing black cards.
Yeah, just straight Jeskai.
That's racist. Jeskai charm, kaboom. He's doing the submerge thing.
No, I think he cracked in response to the Jeskai Charm.
Okay, so hold on. Blaze went Jeskai charm to the top of your deck, and he went in response crack fetch.
I'm not sure. I thought he forward him.
Yeah, I thought he was just going forward to the dome.
Thanks, Carl.
No problem, Twitch stream.
Coach Carl.
Coach Carl popping in.
So yeah, do you know what I think's awesome? Submerging people.
Oh, I see what happened. I think
What happened?
he attacked with Seeker. Zach declared no blocks, and so he tried to put the Advocate on top of Zach's deck
Just for an extra damage
to the
and some
pump
life.
and the life. Yeah, and then Zach cracked the fetch land in response, so he wouldn't shuffle it away. Which makes sense, because he's got the Advocate in his hand now, but he has neglected to play a card this turn. So presumably he's representing Absent Charm, Crackling Doom. No, he can't have Crackling Doom, he has Basic Forest in play. So it's got to be
it's a
Absent Charm
forest.
he's representing, right? And I think he does have Absent Charm in his hand.
He's going for some draw.
If Blaze plays Gideon here, that could be kind of awkward, because it makes the Seeker big enough that the Absent Charm gets rid of it.
Yeah.
But it's also awkward for Zach because do you actually Absent Charm it knowing he has a Gideon?
I wouldn't.
I would just take the 3. I think.
You're hoping to get Gideon on a later turn?
Yeah.
Especially because Siege Rhino is really incentivizes an attack from Gideon because the 5/5 is just trumps the body.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, in a way, Jeskai's deck is well positioned against these fair
Against,
decks.
yeah, he doesn't even want to wait. He just wants to draw 2 cards.
I can,
Uh,
did Blaze just pass?
Yeah, he cracked his fetch on main phase and passed. So
Or did he crack fetch main phase?
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, just doesn't have to worry about it.
I guess.
F6 value.
Well, like, maybe he wanted to do it while Zach maybe didn't have responses.
Yeah, I don't think standard doesn't really preclude itself to punishing cracks as much as other eternal.
Well, like, there's no
formats do.
brainstorm, right?
Yeah, just like whenever I want to crack a fetch, I think there's why am I cracking it right now?
Yeah.
What's the reason? But standard isn't like that. A lot of standard players don't think like that. So he's just playing another advocate.
I think
'cause
he's got 2 advocates. Yeah, he does.
two
Ooh, that's
advocates and
pretty
a 6th
good.
land coming down.
He hasn't
That's-
played, or he has played land for turn though.
Yeah, but a 6th land next turn, right? That's a threat.
I don't think he
itself.
has one in his hand. It is threatening. Just the
From
idea.
the Blaze side of the table, he's got to think the 6th land's going to come down and I'm going to be
well, like if he has
Toast.
radiant flames here.
boom. He even has them.
Yeah, he has them in his main deck. Zach
Yeah.
might just lose his dudes.
Yeah, except unfortunately you have to make the Radiant Flames big enough that it also kills the Seeker.
But he could play an
Do
instant
you
or sorcery pre-combat.
do you try to hit with the Seeker first?
Yes.
Or
You
do you-
attack and hope that he
or do you
just
think
thinks
that-
that you're trying to get him with like Fiery Impulse,
Or
the other
something?
one, right?
Yeah.
Because if I guess Blaze doesn't have Spell Mastery right now, but if he did, the play that Zach could think is he's going to attack with Seeker Fiery
He's
Impulse,
gonna
the one that's
bolt my
not
other
blocked,
one and then kill this
and
one.
then kill this one.
And then you
That's
just
a
get
pretty
2
good-
free damage.
That's pretty good 2 for 1, and then you gain 3 life.
Yeah.
He's got no play. If this is a land, he might just be dead.
What
well,
can
not, like,
Blaze be
dead,
holding that he's not
but
playing any
on
spells?
Lands.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What else? Oops, Blaze pressed the wrong button.
He's got 4 cards in hand. Oh no, they're trying to fix his life total.
Okay, yeah. Don't they have a piece of paper?
I would assume.
Cool. So, is that a rhinoceros?
I think that they were just checking life totals.
I think they the
Valor
wrong
stance?
button got
Okay.
pressed.
Okay, so he's keeping up Valorous stance is what he was trying to do, I guess.
That's what he succeeded in
To-
doing.
I would assume it's to protect his Seeker though. To make it indestructible and to response to roast or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
With the Valor stance, I mean,
I'm not sure. He's in a pretty not good spot. Oh, Treasure Cruise.
or is this a dig? It's a treasure cruise.
No,
he doesn't have double blue.
He doesn't have dig in his deck. He's only got Cruise.
Oh, okay.
He's got 2 Cruise, I think.
He's going
Yeah.
for a cruise.
So he
That
drew
was a Mantis Rider and a Jace.
and a Jeskai Charm.
Oh,
Those are pretty good cards.
That's a pretty good series of draws.
I wish my digs had cards that were that strong in them.
Well, that's what you get for playing a card that lets you see more cards.
Yeah,
You
I
get
know.
Rewarded for it.
I cast a dig today. Needed to have any non-creature spell, okay? 6 lands, my 4th Jace. It's like, are you joking?
Get punished.
Yeah.
Get utterly wrecked. Tyrannosaurus wrecked.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, 10 years later, Lightning Angel's a good card. Just saying.
Well, he did play it and, get in.
Get in there. Except this one dies to Bolt.
Well,
So it's not
but
as
Bolt's
good.
not in standard.
Yeah, it is. It's Fire Impulse.
Only if you have spell mastery.
Yeah, but that's like the Lightning Bolt is standard. Because, like, standard. We can't give them Lightning Bolt. Whatever would happen. It's just a Bolt. Put it in standard. It
Mono
doesn't-
red deck would be too good.
No, that mono red deck is good, but it seems to be leaning more towards the creature pumps.
Because
Like,
it doesn't have burn spells.
yeah, It's playing them because it has no choice. Because let me tell you, +1/+1 and double strike on a 2-mana sorcery, not good.
No,
It's not a good
not
card.
Good.
It's good enough for standard. Oh, earlier I was watching Frank. Frank grabbed a Jeskai charm and wrote down the modes that existed on that card.
The worst part about that is Jeskai Charm just hasn't been a good card for a long time.
So let's just, in summary, it does 4 damage to a creature or player.
Nope.
Only player.
Only player.
Only face.
And then
it does.
It puts target creature on top of its owner's library.
Doesn't it do the lifelink your team
It
though?
+1/+1 and lifelinks your team is the last mode.
That's pretty good.
That's a good mode.
That's
with,
the surprise
with
the,
Seeker. that
Remember
is
the
a really strong
Azorius
mode.
charm mode where
Yeah.
everyone drew a card or
Or
everyone
they
just
put
put it
their
on
thing on
top,
top, yeah.
and then every once in a while you'd be like, and my
Yeah, my
Aetherling is
gets
lifelink.
I guess
Yeah.
a gain 8 here.
yeah. It's just one of those modes where it just kind of hides.
Yeah,
It
well,
hides and
It's the mode that nobody ever uses, right? It's like destroy target artifact on Rakdos Charm or destroy target enchantment on Quigiri
or
Charm.
the how about the rack? I think people don't use the 1 damage for each creature we control one.
Well, they used to
Splinter Twin.
when Twin was around, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's not.
There's that moment when your
a deck
opponent
anymore. Oh, that was really strong.
initiates the twin
So he mana ward the Sylvan Advocate,
and then bounce
then
the other
he
one
just,
so he
like,
can't even
charmed
play
it.
it. Ob.
That's pretty good.
Bogonk.
Yeah, that's
I have an Obnixilis.
he just played it and punched Reflector Mage right in the teeth. So
Use the big dice.
Blaze is trying his best to stabilize here, but it's not working.
Oh, with this score down at the bottom is totally wrong.
Oh yeah. Currently they're 0-0.
So I just want to look over here at Blaze's sideboard. So 3 Disdainful Stroke coming in. Soulfire Grandmaster good. Infinite Obliteration.
I wouldn't bring that in.
Deck has black.
Languish also not good.
Languish is -4. Yeah.
Because like the thing about the Languish, right, is it gets the Kalitas and the Sylvan Advocate before it's turned on, and the Dark Dweller before it, or like the Dark
The
Dweller.
only
is
thing
not
it
that
doesn't
relevant.
kill is Siege Rhino.
But if the Advocate's turned on, like if you draw the Languish late game, it's only 1 Languish. He can't guarantee he's gonna have it on.
He's not
turn,
playing
right?
like 3 languages.
Yeah,
Deck, right?
he's
So-
only got 1 in his sideboard. I wouldn't bring it in. He's got Sarkhan, a third
Dragon,
treasure.
Sarkhan Dragon Speaker? Is
Yeah.
that even the right name?
Yep.
I thought it was Dragon Master.
Dragon Master Outcast.
Oh,
is the
yeah,
one,
yeah,
one
yeah.
mana, 1/1. Okay.
The one that gives you a 5/5 late game?
Yeah.
That guy's kind of fallen out of favor in Standard as well.
Yeah.
He used to be floating around.
It's because
It's too late. Too late game.
to make like it's too late game for some in most matchups, and then the matchups that you go that late, your opponent's just playing Ugins and like Ulamogs and just chaining them, right? Or like World Breaker or whatever that card's called, 7 mana, 5/7, something like that.
With
XL is the
reach.
thing. Yeah,
It
yeah.
has reach.
That guy
just
has reach.
Just to nug those 5/5 dragon game
He
plans.
blocks Lightning Angel.
Get out of here. No, nothing blocks Lightning Angel. Because that card costs 7 mana. And I just like daze it.
Okay, so Zach is able to cast his Advocates again, so he's trying to replay all of his 2s.
He
So
played them both.
He played double Advocates and
Yeah.
the Soulfire, and one of the Advocates got Valorous Stanced
Because advocates are online.
because they're online now. Yes, he has 6 lands. Blaze has things in his hand.
It just doesn't look like Blaze had action going on this game. Coach Carl.
I'm gonna head home. You're welcome to stay and hang out.
Sure.
Or not. Do whatever. Let Max come with me.
Have fun.
Have fun. Goodbye, Twitch stream. Have fun with the PPTQ.
He's gonna... Okay, so he impulsed the Soulfire before damage, which is unfortunately the Advocate still gets the kill on the Seeker, and the Seeker doesn't kill the Advocate because he only had 2 prowess triggers. But he played a Jace post combat, so this is a really tough game for Blaze to be winning. The problem is all of Zach's cards are 2-for-1s. Just like when he played against Jade, like he mulliganed to 4 and he just kept drawing his cards that are give him 2-for-1s. Like Kolaghan's Command, killed a Jace or Soulfire, no, Seeker, maybe. Killed a 2 toughness guy and made Jade discard a card. And then on top of that he played Read the Bones, drew himself 2 cards, filtered a bit, And now it looks like he's got a Siege Rhino as well in his hand, which is pretty good. And you just drew Fiery Impulse. Yeah. I think Blaze is just about done here.
Yeah, he's just been dwindled out of creatures. I was checking out the game
Yeah,
out there.
and there is a Rhino to put Blaze to 1. So, is there anything in his deck that prevents him from losing here? The answer is no.
Terminus.
I said in
Miracle
his deck.
Terminus.
Yeah, he only had 5 lands. Couldn't even hard cast it. Missed the trigger, lose the game.
Yeah, so, sideboarding here. Let's look at this. Okay, I can imagine Chandra is coming in. Chandra kind of beats that deck pretty good.
Chandra's good.
I could see a negate coming in.
I mean, it counters
Mastery.
the Obnixilis that just got extra dudes. I would play Mastery. I would side in the Mastery.
It's just a one-up. It's nice.
But like the other thing is it gives him card advantage, and most of his cards don't actually give him card advantage.
Are we talking the Jeskai deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is his deck.
The non-blue deck has less card advantage than the Jundi deck.
The blue deck, you mean? You said non.
I said the blue deck
You said
has
non-blue.
less card advantage.
You said non-blue, but that's not the point. The
Then
Jeskai
the
deck
Jundi deck.
has far less card advantage, which is really awkward because it's playing Ancestral Recall. Right? Like,
Yeah. So
and
Disdainful Strokes are coming in.
His last one in his sideboard too is Trojan Cruise.
Yeah, Disdainful Strokes coming in. Soulfire's coming in. I could see the Cruise coming in.
I would bring it in.
I can see the Sarkhan coming
I
in.
would also bring that in.
I
I don't think I would bring Impulse. The problem with the Impulse is it has so few targets.
And he doesn't know that he's playing 4 Soulfires.
No, and that's
And based on the
I would not
frequency
put
at
him
which
on
we
4.
see Soulfire, you just don't put him on it, right? You've got better removal spells.
I would assume he's got 2 or 3 at most.
What does this card do?
Surge.
Oh, is that one of those
it's the
hate cards?
Hate card. It,
The
it
hate
destroys,
enemy colors, yeah.
Black or red attacking creature, and then you gain 2.
Oh, yeah.
Like this is the same. Jade had one in his sideboard too. It hits the same cards as
Yeah,
it
it's
did before,
good.
right? Kalidas, Goblin, and Siege Rhino. But like, is it really good? Is it better than some of the cards he already has? Like, it's probably better than a Fiery Impulse.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah. It's
He
a
could cover
shame.
2
It's a
impulses
shame
for it.
neither of these decks were looking at like a third Wingmate Rock, because I think Wingmate
Yeah.
Rock is really good at cracking open this kind of matchup. Because sometimes I just want the Air Force,
Does
right?
Zach have Wingmate Rock? He doesn't have it at all, right? I really like Wingmate Rock against the Jeskai decks because it blocks their flyers so well.
Yeah,
Like, it
you
just
you
eats-
get a ground. They like
eats their
attack you.
guys.
You get a ground attack in with like a Rhino, and then you get 2 3/4s, which completely nugs their Air Force. Either they're hitting you with the Lightning Angels, which is it's a 3/4. The Wingmate Rock is a 3/4,
And the Lightning Angel just a
and-
3/3.
and the Mantis Rider is
That's
a
the one.
3/3.
Yeah, there you go.
This got awkward because Lightning Angel's the 3/4.
Correct.
Yeah.
See?
So
You're messing yourself up.
yeah, so the Wingmate Rock totally nugs the Lightning Angel,
And the Mana War is a 2/3.
and the Mana
But
War is a
Mana War
2/3.
itself is a 2/2.
Yeah, and Mana War bounces itself too.
Yeah, that's
So that's
That's-
awkward wording.
yeah. Blaze doesn't look like he has a blue source in his hand.
I don't think you can keep your hand.
Well,
You're
maybe he
playing red
does.
white.
If he does have a blue,
Oh, there we go, first
he's got
land.
a tapped blue source. That's fair. All I could see was a Battlefield Forge. I would assume he untaps, plays Battlefield Forge, and plays Jace.
I think you snap off a Jace at every instance you possibly can.
Yeah. It's pretty strong. Draws Cruise, and I'm going to be able to play that for a while. I would guess that might actually get looted away next turn.
Yeah. Feels bad, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Well, it can get
G-
flashed back to later.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Tap
Looks
land.
like Zach's hand is all lands. Well, not all lands, but mostly land.
Yeah, he's a little flooded.
Got Kalidas, at least 3 fetch lands.
And point of order, Zach is ahead by 1 game right now.
Correct. So we see Blaze on top and immediately uses Jace to try
Yeah.
to dig.
What is this upkeep step? Is he just upkeep? Jace. I need it. I need it right now.
Gotta get that card. Yeah, and there goes the Cruise. It's just too slow right now. And I don't think he has fetch lands. No, he doesn't. He just plays basic island. So he's going to take 1 to play Mantis Rider, I think. Yeah. Get in for 3.
Mhm.
Zach's going to draw an Advocate. Doesn't really match up very well against Mantis Rider.
Yeah. It matches up pretty well against the Seeker, though.
Yes.
Most of the time,
Yeah.
you know. Or at least you're drawing out a trick, right?
Yep. See Zach?
And Zach doesn't even have a creature that costs 3 mana, does he?
I don't think so.
I even talked to him earlier in the tournament that I thought that was a pretty big hole in his deck. He doesn't, like, his nut draw is slow. His nut draw is what, like, Sylvan Advocate into draw 2 cards, into Rhino.
Well, like,
Into-
no, probably into like Colligan's Command. Kill their guy, make them discard a card. I think that's better than draw 2 cards. Most
I
of
don't
the
think
time.
it's better than, like, Anafenza.
No, that's a way better card. I
Yeah.
would honestly, I don't understand why he wouldn't play Anafenza. This deck seems like it's got a really bad matchup against the Rally decks. He's got
I
2
recommended
Hallowed Moonlight.
Halloweds in the main.
He's got 2 Hallowed Moonlight and 2 Kalidas, and that is effectively it. I guess he's also got 2 Infinite Obliteration. But like,
Don't even get started on
well, you can obliterate the guy that drains you, or the guy that the Nantuko Husk. I don't know the guy that drains you is. I just want to call him Blood Artist all the time.
Yeah, the ally one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zach.
Not
Zach
quite
with
Blood
his
Artist.
mono fetch lands gonna get Forest, and then Siege Rhino. Seems like a good play. No, there's the Forest. And it looks like Blaze looted away his Radiant Flames. I mean, Zach doesn't have anything in play, but yeah, there's the Siege Rhino. He's got an Utter End in his hand as
I'm
well.
honestly surprised that Radiant Flames is in his deck.
Oh, Disdainful Stroke. That's pretty good. That means that when he activates Jace this turn, it's going to flip, giving him access to all the cards in his graveyard.
Hold on.
I think-
if you use Jace, you can still delve because you're not actually
Correct.
you're
It
not
says
actually
cast it.
you
It says you
can't
may
you
cast
just
that card
you
from the
just
graveyard.
use the cards in your graveyard as mana, right?
Correct.
It's not like Snapcaster or Flashback, right? Yeah. Even
It
if-
does. That's the thing. It doesn't give it flashback.
Yeah.
It says you may cast it from.
And
your
even if it did
graveyard
give it
for its-
flashback, you
for
can
its
still
cost.
delve because delve
Yes.
just makes mana towards casting
Yes.
it. Whereas something with an alternate casting cost like a Force of Will or something is different.
Ooh. I think that Gideon's one of the best ways he has to win this game.
Yeah.
Like you just got.
And we didn't see much. We
Well,
saw
no
no
tokens.
Gideon in
No.
the first round.
Well, we didn't see any Gideons in the first game, and we also didn't see any Gideons from Jade, did we?
Yeah, in the round
And they
before
both
that.
play 2.
Yeah. So this might be taking Zach a little bit. Look, he's leaning back in his chair. He's thinking about it.
Well, he's got an Utter End in his hand, but he's.
What do you hit? Where do you
I would
go?
assume he's trying to figure out what he has to target.
Yeah.
Like, what
And
would
furthermore, you have to take time away from developing pressure to do it. That was a really good jam. Sometimes you just jam Gideon, and you just Garrick Relentless 2-2 them into the ground.
I'm a fan of that card.
I'm a huge fan of that card.
If
Because, yeah, it just seems
if
like
Zach cracks, okay,
if he just has like a Bitter Blossom for 2/2s.
okay, so
Like-
Zach cracked his fetch land, which means Blaze has in play a 2-turn clock. He's
Yeah.
got 5/5 off of Gideon and the 2/2, which signals to me that he's going to try and exile the Gideon with the Utter End in his hand.
Or
'Cause
he's going to
if
try
he-
to play something that can...
If he does,
Can
well,
stop it
I guess he
somehow.
could play Sylvan Advocate and then Crackling Doom after
After he
after
animates.
Blaze activates his Gideon.
Or he's going to wait for an attack, right?
Yeah.
You attack, because he'll attack with the 2/2. If I was in Blaze's position, I don't like ticking it up. You know about Crackling Doom? I just like, I'm going to slow
I would
play
just
it with
keep making
2/2s.
2/2s. Yeah, I would
Slow
just try
play
to
it with
overrun him.
2/2s. And your inevitability comes from the fact that you have Jace. Like, how many 2/2 turns attacks does it take? You do 2, and then you do 4, and then they're dead to Jessica Jones.
Main phase Utter End.
Main phase at our end.
I would
I'm
still
fine with that.
just make 2/2s.
Yeah, I think it's better as Garrick Relentless in this position.
As awkward as it is to try and outgrind the grindy deck, like the way that you win, I think, is just making 2/2s off of that Gideon,
Yeah,
right?
because you put yourself in a position to be blown out more
By plussing it.
by plussing it, where you just don't need to take that risk. I mean, Utter End doesn't matter whether it's a creature or not, but you know it's Crackling Doomland.
Yeah.
It's like Crackling
Well-
Doom is the name of the format. So,
That's like the whole reason his deck is red. It's Crackling Doom,
Yeah.
right? Like
He's basically just playing Jund.
of the cards in his deck that are red, he's got Crackling Doom. He's
And
got Roast and Fiery Impulse.
Yeah,
and
which-
Kolaghan's Command.
yeah, which like realistically,
and Chandra, but like most of those are 1-ofs, right? The Crackling Doom is 3.
yeah, Crackling
So-
Doom is the main reason. So, are you going up with Jace, or is he flashing back?
Flashing back.
Cruise.
Cruise.
We're going for a cruise. Do you keep any of that in your graveyard?
No.
I think you need.
He doesn't have enough lands. I think that's why he cruised, to try and draw more lands. He's been on 5 lands for 2 turns, I think. No. Was he gonna play this game? Maybe just 1 turn. Yeah, because Zach definitely has hit lands every turn.
Yeah,
And
because he was flooded.
Blaze fails to play another land. That's not good.
But it also means his hand is mono gas.
Yeah, but it could
Wait,
also
didn't he just
be
play?
interactive
Didn't he just
spells.
windmill slam Gideon last turn?
The turn before, yeah.
So
He
he played a land this turn.
No.
He just went.
He
I
was,
thought
on,
he went.
he was
for-
on the play.
But he played a land. Was it last turn or this turn?
I think he played that tri-land last turn,
Okay, so he went Gideon tap land.
but he missed a land
And
this turn.
Gideon was late.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have a read the bones coming from the other side. So bear in mind that earlier in the tournament, Zach did make an error and looked at the third card down during a read the bones. So if he were to do that again, even
would
though
lose.
it would be an
Yeah.
accident, he would lose the game. Relevant.
Yep.
It was an honest mistake, but it could happen.
Yeah.
And that is that's going to get turned on next turn, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's going to proc the Advocate.
If Blaze has a removal spell here, he has to kill Advocate.
He has a roast in his hand.
Does he?
I saw he drew a roast. It's in his hand.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Tap land. That's the man land, is it not?
Yeah, it is. Wandering Thumarole
Oh, this looks like a roast, and he has perfect mana
to Jeskai Charm.
to
to-
Jeskai
or to
Charm
Lightning
or
Angel.
Lightning Angel.
No, probably Jeskai
Boop
Charm.
for 2.
But actually, I think that he probably just wants to represent Disdainful Stroke for the rest of the game. Even if he doesn't have
Also, if he has a Jeskai Charm in his hand, he can go Jeskai Charm, Jace, Jeskai Charm, and you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, I'm not sure if he has it right now. I know he has
it.
one
If
in
he
his
has
graveyard.
Jeskai Charm,
He
well,
wins
his
the game.
Exile Zone.
Oh,
he got-
yeah, because he
he got delved to
cruised.
the
He went
cruise,
for a
right?
cruise, yeah. So, that's...
Goblin Dark Dwellers.
There's no Crackling Doom, right?
No, there's a Read the Bones, though.
There's a Read
But
the
that
Bones.
seems like a bad play.
Does he have
Like, to
any...
hit. Well, like, okay, it's not bad, but putting yourself lower and lower isn't a good place to be.
What is he going for, you think, here?
Oh, it is a Crackling Doom. Okay.
There was a Crackling Doom from earlier?
I guess so. That shuts off the Jeskai Charm plan.
It does, yeah.
Oh,
It's-
did he
that's
have it? Oh, he had it. Oh, that would have been so bad.
That's fine. He can
Maybe
just
he's
do
got
it later.
another one in his hand. Does he play Goblin Dark Dwellers? Because that would be really funny if he just untapped him.
One of?
Yeah.
Just the spiciest one of from the cyber.
Oh,
Oh!
Okay, so sometimes
Bolt,
you just learn
untap, bolt.
you lose to 4 damage. Double Flame Javelin, if you will.
Yeah, I've lost to Flame Javelin, untapped Flame Javelin. So we're going into game 3. And that was crazy.
That was pretty good.
Oh, it was charming, Hoopbot. It was a charming victory. Yeah. So I was at work the other day, and I got called by this boss, like a store manager from some other store. And I guess he normally deals with my store manager and the other manager above me, because I'm a manager there, but I'm like the new one, right?
Yeah.
I'm the bitch manager.
Yeah.
So,
And then you said it.
and he said so many buzzwords. I was getting hit in the face with low-hanging fruit, man. Like, he was like, yeah, we've got opportunities to create synergies and overcome challenges in that area. And I'm like, dude,
There's a lot of potential.
are we avoiding speed bumps, though? Yeah. I don't like getting corporate buzzworded. Actually, I don't mind it. The only thing that pissed me off was that he thought he could out buzzword me. Yeah, and I was like, no.
Nah, that ain't
No.
me. Every time Zach draws an opening hand, it just looks like mono lands to me.
Yeah.
Like, every time. But, like, I know that they're not mono lands. Because he kept the hand.
Yeah.
I think he's got double Absent Charm. No, maybe that's not. Maybe it's double Soulfire. He's got a card that looks like it's really white. Crack it, white sword. Yeah, it's probably Soulfire. Okay.
Soulfire Grandmaster.
As Blaze, do you think you're more afraid of a Soulfire or a Sylvan Advocate on turn 2? Advocate, right?
Advocate 100%.
Yeah.
The Soulfire is just a 2/2 with lifelink.
Yeah.
He's gonna trade off with my creature and he's gonna make 2 mana.
Well, like
Or he's
the
gonna
other,
gain 2 life.
the other thing is, if the Soulfire... okay, so if Blaze untaps and plays a 2-drop here, then the Soulfire has the potential to gain Zach 5 life this turn.
Yeah.
But if Zach just doesn't have a removal spell, or like he has a removal spell but it's not a burn spell, then
Plus-
the Soulfire is just a bear.
And I mean, we're
With
really
life.
looking at it. It's how many roasts? He's playing 2 roasts.
2 roasts and 2 fiery impulse. That's it.
And the crack. So
Well,
for
he's got
life
Crackling
gain,
Doom and Kolaghan's Command, right?
it just doesn't seem like you're getting the most. Like, it's not like those old Jeskai Black decks that were playing Soulfire Grandmaster, where they were
That
playing
played
heaps of burn spells.
4 fiery impulse and like 2 or 3 wild slash. On
Yeah,
top of like
on
Jeskai
top of
Charm,
Jeskai
Crackling
Charm.
Doom, Roast, etc. Yeah.
Crackling Doom, Roast. It was just, they were getting a lot more mileage out of it.
Yeah.
And those decks I understood playing 4 Soulfire Grandmaster a little more. And even they didn't play it. They played 3 or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were playing.
Well, and like they played Ojutai's Command too, right? So they could reanimate it late game when they wanted to.
Yeah, yeah. So that
Which,
was
by
the
the
thing.
way, really strong.
Good.
Just
End step,
surprise,
reanimate,
make this guy that gives all my spells buyback.
buyback, and lifelink. It
Yeah.
gives all my
Yeah.
spells buyback and lifelink. And
Well,
you
it's static gives them lifelink, right? But then it also you can pay 4 to buyback, which is buyback.
it is
I guess.
not
Oh,
incorrect.
that's pretty good.
Ba-doo. Is that Jace dead?
Yes,
Did he cycle? He already cycled.
he
was
cycled.
tapped,
He
right?
drew the Radiant Flames off of the Jace activation.
Ding!
That's pretty good.
Frizer done. Yeah, so we got a fetch line cracked on over here on Zach.
Zach really tends to get dual lands all the time.
That's a plains. That's a basic
No,
plains.
he got the Smoldering Marsh.
Oh, okay.
Because he cracked the Wooded Foothills.
Well, end step, dual land's pretty good.
Yeah.
You
but
just you
now
want to
his,
get the
his dual
tangos
lands still
online.
aren't turned on, right? So he's
Yeah.
got to get a basic here anyways.
But he just top decked and played that
Yeah.
Wooded Foothills right now.
If he didn't have
So
that, he
if he
wouldn't be able
didn't-
to play the Rhino in his hand.
Yeah, but if he didn't, for all we know, that was the only land he had.
You mean the
Yeah.
first Foothills?
Plus,
It
I don't.
was. He
I would
doesn't
have
another
to.
land.
I didn't really look at the land composition of his deck for cracking which order purposes.
I actually think he might have to get dual lands first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
'Cause,
the
like, he's
mana
got-
requirements on
he's
his
got-
deck are so high that you
Yeah.
kind of just need a
He's
dual
got
lands
cheap red
first.
spells, and then
Yeah.
he's got white spells, and he's got green spells, all super cheap.
Yeah.
And then also he's got black spells
Yeah.
that are also
Plus,
like,
it's kind of like when you're playing Shardless Bug, you just need to go get the dual lands
yeah,
first.
even when your
Because you
opponent's
need
on,
him to Turok,
on
and you
death and
need
taxes or
counter
whatever.
spell. You just need it,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of like sometimes that's how it is. We got to read the bones here. There's a Rhino, and is that a Chandra?
No, I think that's a roast. It looks like it looks like F&M promo art.
So
Yeah.
Roast is going
if
on
that
the
was
bottom?
Chandra, yeah. If that was Chandra, I don't think
Top,
he would
top.
stride away. Yeah.
that clears it up
Snap
right there.
deep.
Boom.
Okay.
This game's tight.
So if Blaze keeps hitting his land drops, he might actually be able to attrition Zach out just by playing more spells a turn. Which is like an awkward way to have to win a game. But if, I mean, Mantis Rider? Oh,
Ooh, that's big.
yeah, that's really good.
You know, his deck's chock full of removal
And now
spells,
he's,
and he just
he's
put that roast
representing,
on the bottom,
he's
too,
representing Disdainful Stroke too.
which just puts pressure. And it would be even better if he actually has Disdainful Stroke.
Zach's got
He has
Rhino.
got a Fiery Impulse in his hand for sure.
He's got Impulse double. What's
he
it
just
called?
plays right into it too. Do you have the Disdainful? Because if he has
If
Disdainful,
he
right
has
here,
it, he
it's
has
sick.
to do it. Yeah, but
Okay,
he doesn't.
yeah.
He's got double Reflector Mage Fiery
Man,
Impulse, I
Rhino
think.
does such a good job of combating
Good card.
Mantis Rider.
Yeah, well.
Well, you just make the first turn as a push.
Yeah.
Right.
So the
didn't
turn
even
you
take-
played, it's like they didn't attack. It's like they don't have haste.
Yeah.
And then it's just got a faster clock.
and you just do 3. It's not that they didn't attack. It's like it attacked you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you threatened their Mantis Rider
Yeah.
and gave it lifelink.
Or it just like
That'd be strong threaten. Gain control of your guy.
threaten plus lifelink.
Yeah.
It could be like would you make it red black or red white? I think that seems like a 2-color threaten.
I think it's red black.
It's red black.
Yeah.
Black's been getting
And
a
then
lot
like
of
it's got to be like a vampire flavor, right?
like a vampire flavory one.
Because then you like make it a vampire until end of turn, and like give it lifelink and haste. That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Or it could be a red white. It could be Return to Lorwyn 2 years down the ride, 2 years down the road, and it's a red white giant. It's like Brian Stout.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Either way's fine.
Still sweet.
How about we make 2 different ones
I
so that
think-
my EDH threaten deck
I
can
think that if we make a red black one, it just goes right into modern Jund decks. Just right in there.
You
I would
think
play that.
threaten lifelink in Jund?
Yeah, you take their Eldrazi. How else are you gonna beat that deck? You gotta beat them with their own cards because your cards are way worse than theirs.
Well, here's the problem. You may as well just show up playing Splinter Twin in your deck because that's how many games you're gonna win. Just go home.
Just give up before the game starts.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got Ramoka's command. Oh no.
Oh no, no, my rhino! That
Um,
rhino is gonna eat.
Maybe
The
that's not
shit out of
Ramoka's
that
command. What
Mantis
is that?
I'm really surprised
Oh,
that
it's- Colgan's command. That's
Oh.
awkward.
Colgan's command is good.
In response to the activation, he's gonna shock and make him discard a card. That's pretty good.
Instead of getting the flashback potential, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure about you, but everyone calls Collected Company Coco, and I always think they're talking about Kakusho.
Me too.
I always.
Someone said, "Yeah, I was playing the Coco deck in Standard," and I looked at them and I was like,
Kakusho's not in.
"Coco's not in Standard." They
Because
were
if
like,
Coco was in
they're
Standard,
like, what are
I'm
you talking
cuckoo
about?
for Coco
they're like,
Puffs,
"Yeah," they showed
and
me
I'd
their
be
collected
playing
company, and I was like, "That's
Yeah.
not Coco. That's not
No.
even close to Coco."
Yeah,
That card says, "Put 2 mediocre 3-drops into play."
at instant speed for 4 mana.
Coco drains for 5 when it dies. Also, it's like it got a pretty good body, but
It's a 5/5 for 6.
Yeah.
That drains him for 5 when it dies. It's insane.
the old Reflecto Majo.
Yeah, you just can't bounce the Rhino.
A
You're at
roast
7.
would be pretty good here. Wait, does he play roast? Oh yeah, okay, he does.
Are you talking about Blaze or
Blaze.
Zach?
I know Zach.
Blaze has roast. He played roast.
He plays
before,
2, yeah.
which would just be such a good draw.
Oh no, he plays.
Well,
1.
he is tapping all of his lands. He just used one motion to tap all his lands.
That's not good.
Okay, well, you just hit the Mantis Rider here. Instant.
If you don't hit Mantis Rider, your Nixilis just dies to Mantis Rider, right?
Well, you could just go +1 draw card.
That's fair.
And then
Make them attack the
Yeah.
Nixilis. Oh, that's a
Okay.
pretty good trade.
boop boop.
I would take that trade. He takes 1 trample, yeah. Okay, so he's got another Reflector Mage in hand that he really can't play realistically. Like,
You
he
could.
physically could, but it's just not a good choice here.
I think you might just want to pressure the Omnixilis. Just putting something out.
Oh, it was Gideon! I thought it was Reflector.
Boom!
Oh no, he looted away the Reflector Mage. Because he activated the Jace before, and then the Jace got killed on the stack, with it on the stack.
No, that Reflector Mage right there. Oh, the Reflector Mage on top was the one from the trade with the Rhino.
Yeah.
Which, it seems like desperation moves here, but sometimes you just play out your hand with the desperation moves and you run them out of gas. But Nixilis is...
This is an uphill battle.
It's
Like,
brutal.
really uphill.
I think, for starters, he's checking for manlands.
He's got 1. He's
Uh,
got Death Touch. However, Gideon's indestructible when it activates.
yeah, and it's got a 2/2 body, right? So
yeah.
Gideon also makes an infinite amount of... Oh.
Huh.
Colgan's command?
Yeah.
2 damage, but
Shock
2
2 to get my Rhino back. That seems pretty strong. Oh, and it had lifelink. So that's a plus.
Yeah.
So,
You know what it didn't have? Lifelink.
Flample.
It did not have Flample
Shout
either.
out to James Shalopiak.
James Shalopiak.
A removal spell would be pretty good here from Blaze. News at 11.
Do you make a 2-2? Or do you boop?
No, I think you gotta force him to block. Otherwise, he loses a
You
Pixelis.
yeah, like, I just don't want him to have 2 late game cards side by side
Yeah,
without me
he's got
pressuring them for
he's got an arena in play and an enchantment that says his spells have lifelink and buyback. That's
Yeah.
a pretty good place to be.
Yeah. You gotta pressure one or both of those at the same
Like,
time.
the most awkward part about this is the Mardu, not blue deck, I guess, is what it is, not a Mardu deck, that Zach is playing, is basically an old blue-black control deck. Just, like, with edicts, right?
It has edicts for Exene Arenas?
It's got arenas, it's got edicts, it's got, well, like, sign and bloods, I guess.
Yeah.
And then it's got real creatures, which they didn't have.
Grave Titan?
No, I mean, like, old blue-black deck.
Well, Sign and Blood and Grave Titan were at the same time.
Okay, that's
So,
fair. But that deck also had Jace. Like, the Mind Sculptor.
Come on. They played it in the Zendikar before World Wake came out. It was around. It existed.
I hate Siege Rider.
The card's so dumb.
It's just like... Ugh. I would guess Blaze is going to lose this game. Not even through any
If you're
fault of his own.
here's how you lose.
He's got Jace.
No, you tap your Battlefield Forge
Oh,
for
I
a
would have
red
done
man.
it. I would have done it, yeah. The card he drew that turn was a fetch land, and he had Jace.
Okay, so Zach advances into the finals. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back once they fire up, which will be real quick. We'll be right back. Here's our faces, and now we're gone.
Word.
microphone. Okay, we are back. Finals. Hashtag finals.
Yeah.
We got Zach versus. Is this Cody?
Yes. KP. Probably don't call him that.
Why?
KP.
What's KP?
Kevin Pepin.
Okay.
Zach's
What's Cody playing?
Band Coco. He is my loss in the Swiss that prevented me from being top 8. Sorry, Band Collected Company. I shouldn't call it Coco.
It's not Coco.
It's not Coco. I just try to use the terminology the kids are using these days.
Yeah, you're like that old man who tries to fit in with the cool little kids.
I'm hip. I'm with it.
Boom! These guys, Cody does not get called for slow play.
That
Okay.
is true. So much so that sometimes he just misplays as a result.
But I mean, if you play fast.
Gotta go fast. Look at this guy. He's got his land way out in front. Thinks he's me. Look at this.
No, he's just gonna
It's the first
put his,
time I've
he's
ever
just
seen
gonna
him
put
play
his
like that.
creatures over here.
Yeah, right on Zach's board. He's trying to assert his dominance.
Yeah. So an untap, a draw. So this is pretty not
is
very a lot of action.
Kind of, yeah. Not typical. Okay, so that's a sky spawner.
It's
By the
very-
way,
it's fairly
called Eldrazi
common.
Sky spawner.
It's fairly common that this Coco deck isn't doing much until turn 3.
Yeah,
Because their deck has a
3 or
high
4.
density of 3 drops.
Yeah.
Because they want to maximize the effectiveness of Collected Company.
Yeah.
Because if
When
you're just
when
putting
you cast
two
a 4-mana
drops.
spell, yeah, when you cast a 4-mana spell to get 2 creatures, you want those creatures to be 3 and 2 or 3 and 3 mana.
Yeah, because
Realistic.
otherwise you could have just casted them.
Yes.
Yeah. So Zach, did he just end step fetch and that was it?
Yeah.
Okay. We got a land. What do we got? A rhinoceros
Rhino,
here.
I would guess.
It's standard, so forward
It's gotta be.
rhinoceros.
He has yet to not do that.
He's
He's
done
played
it.
a rhino on turn 4 at least once every round he's played.
Yeah,
Every match.
it's not even unreasonable.
No.
And then again, the Collected Company can attack them on the axis of an air force, right? They have an
well,
air force.
He's got 2 power in play already right now.
Yeah.
Flying. 2 power flying.
Yeah, except unlike the Jeskai decks we've seen for the last 2 rounds, this one can actually put up a high volume of flying attackers.
Yeah, because the Jeskai deck only played the 4 Mantis Riders and then 2
Wingmate
Wingmate Rocks
Rock.
at most.
Yeah, so you're not going to see much of that at any one time. Whereas this deck could easily just end step, Collected Company, then there's like 2 Eldrazi Sky Spawners, and all of a sudden you're looking at a lot of stuff. This is one.
I think Cody just gave away what his card that he played face down was.
How so?
So he's only got 1 basic in play, and as a result, he's not able to fetch a blue source that will be untapped when it comes into play with his Windswept Heath. Because personally, I know that Cody's playing more than just Den Protector as morph cards. He's also
probably
playing
playing Death Mist
but he's
Raptor
played
and
4 Stratus Dancers,
Four,
which is
huh?
the flip counter target instant or sorcery spell.
Well, let me tell you
card,
something.
yeah.
It's obviously Zoetic Cavern.
Yeah, he's just gonna ramp and then untap and
Well,
play
what's
like a
this?
6
What was the
drop.
stupid angel? What was the Astral Slide Angel? Exalted Angel?
Yeah.
Was it Exalted Angel?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Exalted Angel isn't the angel with Exalted. That's Battle Grace Angel.
Yeah.
For much confusion. And enter the scoop phase.
That
That was
was
Rhino into Rhino and you're dead.
Yeah, a really aggressive scoop and not a lot of pressure from Cody.
Yeah, he didn't have much going on early, and his cards don't compete well against Rhino.
Yeah, no, that's the... And he said that he played against 2 Mardu Green decks before this. His other 2 matches were Mardu Green into Mardu Green.
Well, I mean, you're not going to get the
So-
nut every time. It is...
No,
Collected
but,
Company is a high variance
To
deck.
me, that means that the Mardu Green decks that he played against didn't draw very well.
That was a double Rhino.
Yes, but
That
the
is an
Mardu Green
above
decks play
average.
like all these good removal spells and all these good 2-for-1s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unless like the only cards Cody draws are his few cards that actually interact, because he doesn't play many cards that just straight up interact.
Yeah, you just play creatures and collecting companies, because the more cards you play to interact, the less effective your collecting companies are, and we don't have his deck list here,
No.
so we may as well just throw this shit aside. Yeah, from Zach, your Radiant Flames. Radiant Flames is coming in.
I don't honestly think there's anything. Oh no, Howl of Moonlight, I would 100% side in. Just blanks.
Two
Coco.
Hallowed Moonlights. On the plus side for the Coco deck, when you play Coco, it's often end step. So if you're forcing Zach to keep up that 2 mana,
Yeah.
it can really hamper the effectiveness of his plays.
Yes.
Because if the Coco deck just goes play creature, play creature, play creature, play creature, you know, he might have a hard time keeping up if he just wants to hold up that 2 mana the whole time. His creatures will actually be impactful if you're 2 mana behind. And on the other side of the Coco thing, if he plays it in response, you just shuffle your deck. Just say, I'm playing Collected Company, and then shuffle your deck, and
Yeah.
don't put any creatures in the play. Yeah. So
Well, like, but the other thing is Cody could just have Stratus Dancer in play also.
that's real
Like,
life.
if he has,
I
Stratus
imagine
Dancer,
that
he could
Cody has
counter the
hidden
spell,
Dragon
right?
Slayers as well.
honestly don't know. I didn't see any against me, but I also didn't play many creatures with that much power.
A lot of the Coco decks are running them.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like the
It's
Collected
more like-
Company decks is what the old green-white Megamorph
Yeah.
decks turned into.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
That's
say.
where
It's
they
more like
evolved.
the green white Megamorph deck, right?
Mhm.
Because now it just like it added the blue cards it added were Stratus Dancer and Reflector Mage.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. Well, Sky Spawner, I guess, is technically a blue card.
I think.
Well,
if
technically it's a
it is a
colorless
colorless
card,
card. I am technically correct. The best kind of correct. Yeah. So this matchup,
That's accurate.
Rhinos or it's just 4 mana cards win.
Right? Yeah.
It's
4 drops versus Flyers. The
Four.
match.
Well, also it's just 4 drops versus 4 drops
The-
because Coco costs 4.
One of the most, I don't know, awkward things I guess is that Zach's roasts don't actually do anything against Cody.
They are a 2 mana removal spell, which sucks.
Like, they kill some of his creatures, but like Cody plays Den Protector and Death Mist Raptor, which are ground creatures. However, the Death Mist Raptor will just come back. The Den Protector will get him back a card if he flips, and then like Cody's got 12 flying creatures, I think.
You can expect 4 Stratus, 4 of the Eldrazi.
The Sky Spawner guy, and I think that he told me he played 4 Wingmate.
That seems.
He played 2 against
Aggressive.
me one game, and I was like, that is really, really strong. He's like, yeah, I played a lot of these. I think he said he played 4. But
It sure would be nice if we had a deck list right now.
yeah, I might go get it.
Yeah, by the time you go and get it, the game will be over.
Yeah, that's the problem. Manland to Manland. The old Manland go. This old modern. Treetop Village Pass. Treetop Village Pass. Huh?
People that only I played Treetop Village.
What are you talking about? We both played Treetop Village.
Or when you say old, remember when we made like LD at the very beginning?
The green red deck.
That green red deck
With
that just
frenzied tilling, was that what one of our destroy ramp?
we
LD
played.
spells. I know
we
that
played
we played 4
four-
plow
we
and
played.
4 acidic slide.
We didn't even play plow. We played
Plow Wonder?
the command.
Oh yeah, Primal Command. That's right.
Yeah,
no,
and
did
we
play
played 4
Avalanche,
Avalanche
Rider.
Riders, 4 Goblin Ruin Blaster.
That guy's good. Still good.
Still good.
Probably less good right now.
What are you kidding me?
Well, like when your
Wait.
opponent's killing you on turn 4, you probably don't want to be playing a 4-drop with haste. That blows up their land. That's already done all of its work by then.
Okay, so we got a Man of War. It got blocked by a Soulfire Grandmaster.
Plays as Nissa.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's the first Nissa I've seen get played today.
Really? All Jaces otherwise?
Oh yeah, I've seen several Jaces,
Yeah.
but that's the first Nissa.
Well, yeah. I don't really think the other decks want Nissas, right? Like Cody's deck wants it because it's a card it can hit off of Coco. If Coco's hitting him with 2 cards, then it's drawing him 2 cards. But if one of the cards he's playing already draws him a card, then he's drawing 3 cards, right?
Mm-hmm. It's just surprised me that a lot of these Mardu decks don't play like they have 1 or 2 forests, and then it's a late game draw +1.
Yeah.
Draw card, right? It's really good.
Coco.
Coco. So he's going pre-combat to hit Reflector Mage, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. And then he can get an attack, and he got there.
Reflector Mage and a
Den
Den
Protector.
Protector. Which is fine.
He's gonna bounce it.
Consistently what happens is the deck hits a morph guy. as one of the cards you hit with the Coco. But attack for 6. Well, if Cody wants to win this game, that's a good start.
Mm-hmm. Imagine Radiant Flames right here.
A chain reaction.
Yeah,
I think Cody might
what happens.
throw his cards off the table. He would scoop so fast. A Rhino? Yeah, there's another Rhino.
Rhino's way too slow in this instance.
Currently, yeah. But like
But if
last
he
game,
goes
if
another
Cody's just
Rhino-
slow, right?
If he just goes with another Rhino, because Cody's entire team is the ground team. If he goes,
Yeah.
say he swings with everything, because you're swinging with everything, right?
Obviously.
So you're gonna take 8. You're gonna block 1, take 8. You're probably blocking the 2/3, right?
I would assume so.
Or the Nissa.
Mm,
I think you have another turn
Well, like,
to block Nissa, right?
he didn't play his land that turn.
Yeah, because you don't play your land until post combat.
No, if he
Boom.
played it pre-combat, his
Oh,
would have
yeah,
been turned
yeah,
on,
yeah.
right? So I think you could have just justified blocking the Nissa. No.
No, you
The
go
Nissa
for that.
still
The
doesn't
Nissa
flip
takes 2
next turn.
turns to
Yeah.
flip, and that one takes 1 turn to go
Yeah.
online. And Wingmate Rock is pretty
Wingmate
good.
is a
It
really
looks
good
like we've
draw
got a
here.
game 2 that's going to be just as fast as game 1.
It looks like it. If Zach doesn't have spot removal or crackling doom,
He needs more than spot removal. He's at 6, man.
yeah, but I mean, if he just straight up doesn't have spot removal for the Flyers,
And the game is out of reach.
Yeah.
Like, one attack with the Wingmate Rock and the team just goes like he's like at 20 again or something.
he's
You
above.
can't- you
He'd be
can't-
21, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's real good.
You can't initiate a real
Oh no, he'd be at
race.
22 because I would assume Cody would activate that lumbering fall. Oh, he doesn't have a blue source to do that.
You know Blue Source?
Activate
I play
lumbering
Collected
Falls?
Company.
Yeah, whatever. Just play Collected Company, hit another Reflector Mage, whatever.
Yeah.
Collected Company is just a green dig through time, so you know.
Yeah, what you do is you play another Nissa and you get a Trop.
It says basic forest. Can you imagine if it did? Holy. Oh, that'd be so
There
good.
might be some legacy play, like Deathrite Shaman into Nissa, get a Trop in your hand. Like,
If it was non-basic.
yeah, if
Or
it
was-
just
if
had
was
Search of
his
Forest.
yeah. Just like
I don't think it would be the
Farseek
worst.
type.
I don't think it'd be the worst in
Yeah.
Legacy.
It'd be good, honestly.
I would play it.
You
in
couldn't
Deathrite
cascade
Shaman
into
decks.
it with what's his name, but you could hit it with Bloodbraid. That'd be good.
You couldn't cascade into it with
Shardless.
Shardless, yeah, but that's fine.
But you could just straight up play it in
You could
Jund.
just
That would
cascade
be a
like
really
him.
good card in Jund.
Yeah. Not too many, like a one of.
Yeah.
It's like a nice one of. Abzan Charms, the big flyer.
I think I would play one over a 4th Bloodbraid Elf if it could get any.
If this
any forest.
if this not real card existed.
Yeah. It's not even that it's not real. It would just have to have a minor edit in its text that made it broken. I mean, better.
I don't even think it would be broken. What was that?
What
What did he even just
Oh,
play?
he played a 3rd Reflector Mage and bounced Siege Rhino.
Oh, did it have alternate art? It looked a little different.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well that was a really fast game.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like the finals is gonna be quick here. Did you ever notice that Cody kind of has his effect where his opponents play quicker too?
Yep.
Yeah. Think that's a strategy?
No. I think it's unintentional. Oh,
Were we
pop-up
playing Candy
time.
Crush?
Yeah. He pressed the button instead of manually resetting the life totals because there's a button that resets the app that they're using.
Judge my opponent's operating electronic device on the fly.
Yeah.
There was a selfie there for a second. There we go. Now
Okay.
back on track.
Good thing Zach knows what he's doing. I never know what I'm supposed to do when I'm down there, or like on camera or whatever.
I don't even know. I just play cards. Is that a Fierce Empath?
It is indeed.
Fierce Empath is a sick card.
I gotta make an EDH deck for tomorrow.
What's happening tomorrow?
There's a 2-headed giant EDH tournament.
And is Curse Totem somehow involved?
No, that's for my bud sideboard.
Because don't. So your deck involves Eldrami's Vineyard.
My
Okay. So here are the cards that are going to comprise an ED. Show and Tell.
no, those aren't for EDH.
Dominate? You're not playing Dominate. There's for Eldrami's Vineyard, Carpet of Flowers, City of Solitude, Creeping Mold, Sylvan Scrying, Fierce Empath, Yavimaya. Were we not talking that whole time?
No,
No, we weren't.
no.
They didn't hear us.
Well, now they will.
Well, fuck. When was it muted last?
I pressed it on accident. No.
I'm pretty sure they
just
heard us
before
do
you
that.
grabbed this.
Oh, okay.
At
okay.
most. You
So,
think it was muted before the event or the thing?
Vineyard, Carpet of Flowers, City of Solitude,
The
Creepy
carpet's
Moon.
not for the deck. That's just because I wanted a carpet of flowers. That's free for Legacy.
Are you guys playing the 10-card sideboard in the tournament?
Well,
Where they reveal the general and you get the sideboard?
we could, yeah.
Because carpet would be alright.
Carpet diem.
Carpet diem.
Yeah. It's basically old school YOLO, but like less dumb. And like carpets in this case.
Yeah. Also, on an anecdote, I've been watching the Aladdin animated series that was on on TV during the 90s. And the magic carpet was like the AD carry of that team.
Yeah.
He carried.
Well, he
carried
yeah,
them.
he literally
But
carries
he
them.
also was just like, because the genie is too powerful. So every episode they need to be like, oh, here's a reason why the genie can't just solve all our problems with his magic. So they would just have like the carpet, and the carpet was OP.
So Zach mulliganed to 6, but he kept instead of going to 4, like that time he played against Jade. So that's a plus.
He won.
No, he lost that game.
Yeah,
But he won the match,
He won the match.
which is all that matters.
Because he's the best around.
Oh, it was so bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So Cody's gonna play Sylvan Advocate, put the first threat on board, and Zach's gonna crack a fetch land, presumably to get a dual land.
Let's be fair. His first land was a man land. So the first threat was his.
No. Yeah, okay, yes. But he's the first one with a clock. Is that better?
Okay. Yeah. I'll allow it.
Okay. What is Zach deciding on? Oh, okay, he's gonna get a double black instead of double green. I guess that makes sense.
Oh, do you know what I thought was interesting? Grasp of Darkness is in standard.
Yeah, I played
Double
that.
black, -4/-4. Pretty good.
Yep.
Against a lot of the things.
The problem is
Doesn't kill Rhino.
well, that's not the problem, but that is a problem. The biggest problem is it means that you need double black early. And
Yeah.
most of the decks don't want to commit to double black early.
Yeah.
Like by turn 4, you can have double black. But if you
Okay.
play Grasp, you want a 2
Here's a challenge for you. You need to make a Demonic Pact deck and play it in a tournament.
Right? No, why? Why would I do that?
That card is awesome.
It is awesome, but I don't think you could win a game anymore. I played Assault, I won. Did I tell you that before?
I played Assault I won too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played Silmgar's Command and Sultai Charm to get rid of it.
Yep.
4 of each.
I played Disperse too.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good.
Because that card's just fun.
Well, it's just
When you like drain that thing for 4, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Mind rot you, and then do it
rebuy
again.
my pact.
Rebuy my pack. You know, it's fun. But yeah, it's too aggressive nowadays. You can't do that anymore. You could barely do it then.
Okay, well, it looks like Zach missed his turn 4 Rhino this game, so there's a chance he loses. Oh, that's a pretty strong play.
Yeah, we got a Raptor attack into...
Hallowed Moonlight in response to the token trigger. Okay.
That's respectable.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, like
He's in a pinch.
He's clearly behind here, so he
Cody
needs
doesn't
to get as much
need to
value
play
as he can.
Coco. And he might just have like another one in his hand.
Yeah.
Also, did that super awesome Silver Bullet meta card need to say draw a card?
No.
I'm
Honestly,
loving
it should have been 1 mana and not said draw a card.
I like it because now I
just
can main
white.
deck it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
You
I
can
don't
just
even feel
cycle it at
bad.
the end of their
It'll
turn
just be
and
like
feel
playing
bad
Think
about
Twice,
yourself.
right? It'll
Yeah.
be fine. Yeah,
Well,
so
like,
good.
Think Twice was 2 cards.
Was better,
Yeah.
yeah. But you know, you're just playing like a little cantrip, right?
Well, in a format with very few, it's good to have some. Well, like very few cheap instant speed ones. Are there any other ones
In standard,
that are like instant speed 2 mana, not dig through time? That doesn't count.
except it kind of does.
Well, but I mean, you can't play it on turn 2.
I think there's inspiration right now. 4 mana draw 2.
Yeah, there's also one with Surge. It's just inspiration, but its Surge cost makes it divination. It's an instant though. So like if you Fiery Impulse their guy, you could draw 2 cards at the end of their turn and effectively not have wasted mana. Okay, well that's a good
On a side note,
good card to stabilize with.
there was like an entire standard where opportunity was around, and no one took the opportunity to play it.
Actually, the blue-white deck, the like Elixir Mono Wrath
Oh
deck,
yeah, not
used to
the
play-
Esper.
used to play a couple of them in it for the mirror, so that when your opponent tried to crack their Elixir in response to shuffle their deck back, and you could kill them. I have, in
What?
fact, won a game of Magic like that before. It was miserable. That was game 1. It was 50 minutes long, or it was like 48 or something.
And then you won
Yeah,
because you
and
were
then
1-0.
we started shuffling. I started sideboarding, and they called time. It's like, okay, so 1-0-0.
You know, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
Hey man,
Deck them out with opportunity. all good.
if that card that Cody has face down is Den Protector,
This is game over.
he's
Gonna
just
get the
back
Wingmate Rock and the Death
Deathmist
Wrist
comes
Raptor.
back.
Sick. That'll be disgusting.
But if it's Stratus Dancer and Zach tries to kill it or something,
Or Read the Bones
Oh.
right now.
okay, I was gonna say if that's Stratus Dancer and he just counters the Read the Bones,
That'd be totally good too.
he's super good.
Yeah, it would still get Death
He
Mist
would,
Raptor.
yeah, he would still get Deathmist Raptor,
Yeah,
and then he'd have a 3/2 with flying in
and
play.
a 3/3 Death Touch on the ground, which
Yeah.
matches up very nice against potential Rhinos coming down the
Matches
pipe.
up good against anything Zach plays. It's just got Death Touch, right?
Yeah,
So
just trade it. get it
actually,
back.
it doesn't match up good against Kalidas, but that's just because of Kalidas' replacement effect.
Yeah, but it still trades,
Yes,
which is fine. Soulfire Grandmaster.
Den Protector. Yeah. Okay.
Ding!
So
Ding.
here's my Death Mist. Gonna target Wingmate Rock probably.
Zach is just cracking a fetch. Is that what he's doing?
Yeah. What's he
Is he
getting
doing
though?
that because he wants to cast a spell?
I don't know what he could cast.
But he must be because Cody hasn't resolved his effect.
Fiery Impulse. Ghost.
Why do you don't
The-
Fiery Impulse right now? You Fiery
the-
Impulse the Death Mist Raptor.
Oh, Hallowed Moonlight. Yeah.
Oh, did he do that?
I think so.
Is Death Mist
was-
Raptor a May?
I was gonna say if it's not a Yume, that Death Mist Raptor should be exiled. I think it's a Yume. It has to be.
It must go on the trigger, and then it's a May upon resolution. We'll
Yeah.
look up the text. They like to make these spicy little cards. You know what I would do? If I was in charge of this operation. It would be over there.
Oh.
But
That's fair. Okay. So Cody gets in for 3 with his Den Protector because Zach can't block. Then he played Wingmate Rock to try and restabilize. Radiant Flames.
Ooh, lifelink. That's a lifelink, Radiant Flames.
Yeah, so he gained 12 life. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Death Mist Raptor says whenever a permanent you control is turned face up, you may return Death
Yeah,
Mist
that
Raptor
is
from
a
your graveyard
keyword.
to the battle. Face up or face down.
Keyword. May.
So that is a mandatory trigger. Whenever a permanent you control is turned face up. So he must put it on the stack.
Yeah.
And then upon resolution of the effect, he gets to choose whether or not he's actually going to do it.
Yeah.
That is a rarely known fact. It comes up more often than you think. Back in the old Angel Serenity day, right?
Ooh, Cody just missed 3 points of damage. I would assume that means he has a Coco. Or wait. No, I lied. I thought that Cody had, what's it called? Lumbering Falls, but that is in fact Yavimaya Coast. Oops. I hate the new art. Why can't he play with Apocalypse ones so I can tell?
Yeah, that's the classy way to do it. It's not like this black border forest I saw earlier today.
So presumably, I don't even know, because like, okay, so the morph Cody just played can be one of 3 things. It could be Death Mist Raptor. It could be
Stratus Dancer.
Stratus Dancer, or it could be a boat. I mean Den Protector.
It could also be.
Willbender.
It could also be.
Hidden Dragon Slayer. Yeah. So what I was going to say is, if that's Death Mist Raptor or a Den Protector, and he doesn't have Collected Company in his hand, I would have just main phase flipped it up to get my Death Mist Raptor back. Because Zach has played 2 Hallowed Moonlights already.
You can't imagine he's playing 3 or more of those.
Well, like, but what if
I
he
think
is?
that
What
it
if
is
what if he is
possible.
and he just gets you with it, right?
Yeah, but you do gain information by waiting.
Yeah. Oh, that's so strong.
Just this, yeah. I have a 4/4 of Goblin War Drums. Draw 2, scry 2, Draw 2.
Guess
Lose
what? One of them's a rhino.
2. So there we go.
I think that might be another Dark Dweller.
Oh my god, let's just keep.
I would just keep both, yeah.
Snap.
Unless
that
he
one
doesn't
up.
have a spell in his hand to
Who
play anymore.
cares? You'll get there.
Ooh.
Maybe he's putting it on the bottom.
Yeah, he put
He's
Dark
got to
Dwellers
put the
on
rhino
bottom.
on the top.
Yeah, he
Obviously.
did.
Yeah. Does he play to land this turn?
Yes.
Because if he has not played a
maybe
land,
not.
he could be digging for untapped land rhino this turn.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
an argument. There's good reason for
Soulfire?
that.
Ooh. That's the second time I've seen him read the bones and blind scry a card away and get Rhino Soulfire off the read.
Well, no, he got last time. This time he knew the rhino was coming.
Yes, and the other time he knew the Soulfire was there. But that's not the point. The point is both times resulted the same.
Well, you played 4 both cards, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe that's
bouncing that feels so bad.
What do
You're
you-
like-
oh, that's so awkward. Well, I guess it's not that awkward. He just put him to 6. And, like, he's trying... If he forces him to play the Goblin again, and Zach doesn't have, like, a Crackling Doom
Well, I
or
mean, that's
something
not
in his
happening this
graveyard-
turn, right?
No, he's probably just going to play Rhino.
He can't. He literally is not allowed to cast in this turn. So,
Yes. No, I mean, like, he's going to play Rhino, but I don't know what else he's got. Does he have another spell he could play? Because doesn't he only have 7 mana? Nope, he's got 8.
I think he-
yeah, he's got 8. I
You-
thought he had 7 mana.
you throw down the rhino right now.
Well, yeah. He gets Disdainful Stroke and then you concede. Whatever.
Yeah.
So Cody's back below 20.
Yeah.
So that's a plus.
You're up at 11.
Well, now Zach's in double digits.
And
He still can't
he's
really
still-
afford to take hits, though.
And an end step collected company just ends him, right?
Yeah.
So,
A lot of things end step will end him here. Nope, just collected company. Assuming he hits things. Okay, that's an advocate that's turned on. Coco. Yeah,
mhm.
that's pretty good. If Cody just hits 2 flyers, Zach's dead, basically. That's not a flyer.
No, that was a Stratus. No, that was
That's
a Death
a
Mist.
flyer. Yeah, Death
Oh, I
Mist.
thought it was a Stratus answer first.
He hit Death Mist and Spawner guy. Eldrazi Spawner? Sky
Eldrazi
Spawner.
Sky Spawner.
Yeah. So, Cody's gonna untap with an army bigger than anything, ever.
Yeah. Builds me an army.
But I don't
worthy
think
of
he actually
Mordor.
has the ability to lethal. Okay, he's got 2 Death Mists.
Aren't the Death Mist must blocks right now?
Well, I would assume the Dead Protector. He would block over Death Mist.
Yeah, but he must block 2, 3
He has to
power
block
creatures.
2 3-power creatures, yeah.
So he's losing one of his guys.
Yes.
I think you just get rid of the Rhino at this point.
Yeah, you do.
Because then you can call against commanded back. right?
Well, you also, if you lose the Rhino, next turn you can activate your man land, and it's a 4/4.
Does he have a Shambling Vent, or does he only have the
No,
Death Touch
he's
one?
only got Death Touch.
That's
If he had Shambling Vent, he would be okay, I think, because he could
It would be different.
attack.
Yeah.
But I think he might just be dead.
Yeah, I thought he was dead too, because he's taking 5 at least.
Yeah, no, he's got Xaxes.
3, 4, 5. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. He's short by 1.
3,
Oh, wait, no,
4,
the
5,
Eldrazi
6,
Scion.
7, 8, 9,
Yeah,
10,
this
11.
is
Yeah,
6.
it's Xaxes.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. And there's no block that prevents more damage,
Correct. So unless Zach has Murderous Cut, he's
which he could.
just dead. But if he had Murderous Cut, I would assume he would have Murderous Cutted the Wingmate, right? Well, no, maybe you just take the hit, let them gain the life, so that you can eat some other creatures. Right?
Yeah, and then kill it later. That's game.
Yeah, that's game.
And this is a best of 3, right?
Yes.
That's it.
As far as yeah.
So Cody.
Judging by Zach's demeanor, it is a best of 3.
Oh, I can't see his face. So
Well, I meant like he threw his hand on the table.
yeah.
But
So Cody took it down. Band collected company. Thanks for tuning in.
Yep.
That was sweet.
that was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I wish that some of the games were more interactive than Rhino.
Rhinos.
Rhino.
Yeah, there was some pretty sweet
Goblin
stuff.
Call against command, get back my Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, Rhino's Rhino.
Yeah.
It's there.
And it's always
But-
going to do that until it's out of standard, right? So
Yeah.
It's just like
too
Threat
good.
Disc.
It's too good.
It's just
right?
like
you gotta
Threat
play
Disc
it.
was.
Yeah.
And Sphinx's Rev. You're playing those colors, you got to play that card.
Yeah, it's just too good. Standard has too limited of a card pool.
Yeah.
And going forward, we're gonna have the weird two set standard
Yeah.
thing going on.
So cons and what's it called? Favor Forge, I think.
Yeah, don't we
Rotate
lose
out.
like half a block for a little bit?
And then we'll lose
Which-
the last core set Origins and Dragons the next time we rotate out.
Yeah, and then
Then it'll
at
be
that
2 and
point, then it will be on track.
Yeah.
So that's cool. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. This is
Yeah.
Thunder Games. Ryan Hampshire, Cheese. Yeah, have a good one. Peace.